first conference of the year of the Circular Business Academy. Our first one in the series of financing for the new growth, dedicated to the institutional readiness at this very point in time, at the beginning of 2021, which we believe is the moment when the institutional framework already can create, actively create opportunities for the circular transition, those arising from the European Green Deal and globally other regulatory changes that we are seeing on the financial landscape. My name is Yuri Giacomelli, founder and managing director of the Circular Business Academy, and I have the honor to host this meeting today. As we know, the European Green Deal provides a framework to accelerate circular transformation and foresees massive funding of circular economy activities. But what does it mean for all of us as businessmen, as investors, as analysts, as banking professionals? There has been a major shift in the last 5-6 years, we can say, from the Paris Agreement in 2015. There has been already a major shift in investment towards green finance. This is likely to accelerate dramatically in the years ahead, and we would like to observe several underlying reasons for this this positive dynamics, particularly in the time of pandemic, in the moment when we are all hardly awaiting, of course, for the pandemic to be finally conquered. And certainly the measures being put in place by the European Commission, also measures awaited globally, are going to determine the set of actions in the near future. So we can start by with the assumption that actually acting on climate change now is moving from what it used to be the corporate social responsibility to financial and strategic imperative, and in the decade ahead of us, virtually every business model will need to be adjusted, rethought, and reconsidered. Even before the pandemic, the global finance gap to stabilize the climate change below the 2% centigrade was estimated to be around several $trillion per year. And COVID recovery packages will definitely influence even larger sums which will move in this direction. Tackling climate and resource crisis will redirect trillions of pounds, euros, dollars, and other currencies globally. So can green money actually generate returns and save the planet at the same time? Our conference today will give us an overview and address some of these questions related to even more specifically to circular transformations and financing sources and opportunities supporting this transition. Concrete examples from several countries will be laid forth, and we are very much looking forward to that. We will show how this transformation is realized in several places and in several contexts, and how financing can become a success. We are very pleased to having among us very interesting speakers today, and I will of course introduce them one by one. I would like to welcome all of them and gradually move into the into our into our program today. Allow me to share my presentation as well, and before moving into the towards the first speaker, of course, a list of renowned names: Stanislava Zadravecka-Pirolo, Ticho Zupančić, Anushka Driesen, Rob Christianse, Violeta Bulc, Christoph Kündmann, Andrea Fortak, Slaven Mičković, Greta Monstavice, Luigi Amati, Karin Huberheim, and Andrea Kundrin in a sparse order, of course. Even before passing the word to the first speaker, I would like to expose this conference is made possible by the Public Fund of the Republic of Slovenia, destined to development scholarships and other public purposes. Where we thank enormously to the fund to supporting this initiative. Now I would like to move to the first speaker of the day and open the program of the day. I would like to welcome Violeta Bulc, the curator of the Eco-Civilization among us, a former EC Commissioner for Transport in the years 2015 to 19. We know Violeta also as an entrepreneur, as a best-selling author, advisor, and speaker. We are very happy to having you, Violeta, here among us, and I would like to pass the word on you. The title of your speech is "The Next Generation EU Leading Towards the Eco-Civilization." Please, Violeta, the word is yours.
Thank you very much, Yuri, and it's a real honor to be in this company with all these participants and discuss such an important issue as really the financing new growth. I decided to try at least to raise some more provocative questions, especially because this is financial audience and financial community. I'm diving into this concepts of civilizational paradigm. More questions keep coming on the surface. But first of all, let me just pull a bit the presentation and just share with you some of the elements of the framework within which I plan to discuss today's issue. First of all, I just like to set up the framework of the global megatrends within which all this discussion and possible outcomes are emerging. I do see this global megatrends in pulling into the 4 different directions. On one hand, globalization, which we tend to forget, but until recently, only markets really had a globalized nature. These days, due to the COVID crisis, we see more and more net-based collaborations also coming on board as a global trend. Then digitalization, many times we tend to forget that really fully digitalized is the West, and there is a vast rest of the world where digitalization is emerging in a completely different manner than in the West. Of course, we cannot overlook the urbanization, where globally 80% of all population is being concentrated in one place, in the cities. Europe has a slightly different statistics, which is just over 60%. But of course, if we want to discuss the future of green growth, we cannot isolate Europe from the rest of the world. And of course, the pressing issue of polluted planet, which is in a critical phase and is somehow challenging everything we do these days. And of course, investments are not excluded. And investments seem to be also one of the biggest challenges in a sense of lacking focus. I'm happy that today we will be discussing the Green Deal, which is for the first time offering some sort of systemic framework, but I will try to find challenges within that framework as well. Raw material skills, distribution of not only the wealth, but definitely the engagement, and then distribution of value creation, and values, which are the essence of any kind of societal engagement. So within that, we way back already proposed this agenda for sustainable development in the 90s. But I'm not going to go and explain that. You all know it well. What I'm trying to bring to your attention is one thing that is now emerging as a challenge, and the reason that we are not achieving the goals that we set forward for ourselves. I dare to say that one of the biggest challenges is lack of efficient global governance, lack of multilateral agreements that will be bounding, and they are really goal-based. We know that we signed the COP21 agreement, but as you could see a couple of months ago, that the results are way beyond expected outcomes. And I do believe that lack of governance and also the tools through which you could not only punish but motivate better on a global scale, they could make a difference. And of course, no enforcement power, and also lack of progressive capacities on the ground. I dare to say that it is obvious that there is a lack of political sincerity too. So if we keep that in mind, and you will see how things come together, because the European Green Deal, which is probably the most ambitious of all so far presented globally, and also striving to be the first climate neutral continent by 2050 for Europe, has some really, really positive elements: clear goals, clear strategies, emerging action plans, dedicated instruments, emerging financial tools. All that is a good news. However, there are also very obvious challenges. Again, efficient governance that will give us the overall big picture and show how well we are delivering on all these big goals together. But here is again something that you saw with the already with the sustainable goals, which is the lack of new organizational design. And this lack of organizational design is becoming a very crucial and probably one of the big obstacles, because equally as with sustainable goals, you cannot lead the reinvention of a society with the tools of the society that you would like to leave behind. And no matter where we look, no matter what kind of incentives we look for, no matter what kind of strategic calls for proposals, organizational design is not included anywhere. And this is repeated also in the European Green Deal. I hope that we will bring attention to that. Otherwise, we might get stuck within the static frameworks of the old society, as I said, that we want to leave behind. If we cannot overcome that, then the results might be much, much less enjoyable. And of course, that means a serious challenge for the entire human race. The same as before, I can say lack of political sincerity. And I think that bottom-up approach, similar to the conference today and all other attempts which are bringing on board individuals and raise the awareness of individual, can really make a difference. But more than that, let me just say a couple of words. I'm not going to read all this, but just to bring your attention that European Green Deal is, we are talking about 1 trillion euros of investments. And we are talking about substantial budget to be reserved for the green investments, 25%. We are talking about strong enabling environment, which provides incentives for green budgeting and procurement, state aid for just transition regions, and of course, practical support in planning, designing and executing sustainable projects. You see again, project, but not framework, organization, structures within which this should manifest. Very encouraging is also just a transition mechanism that has 3 major elements, and each of the elements has substantial dedicated financial tools for green manifestation of Green Deal. Equally, the Innovation Fund is specifically dedicated to support the green projects and innovation in all portfolios with the green label. But all of that might be overshadowed by some additional needs that are presenting themselves for green financing in the future. We need to address them. This common language, common understanding, what actually the terminology means. Sometimes we are overlooking the importance of that. A standard neutral taxonomy. EU is trying to work very sort of deep on this subject, and for the overall success at the end, this will have to be implemented. Align financial flows with a pathway towards low carbon and climate resilient development. That talks again about the better alignment, better governance, and again, I will say without organizational reinvention, I'm afraid we will not be able to successfully deliver it. Out of that, also the standard green financing metrics, which we have this enormous amount of data. So we should be able to, or not, we should dare to create new financial metrics which actually can more adequately monitor and help give the correct information to decision makers in order to steer the wheel towards the implementation of this Green Deal and climate neutral society by 2050. I was specifically asked, what about SMEs and startups? Here, I think it's an interesting paradox that is happening, because to really boost the SMEs and startups, not only in green area, but in all other areas as well, you need local financial instruments to be available and to really understand the specific needs or opportunities that are rising on a local level, and especially identities that the local communities have. With decentralized transaction systems, I'm afraid we might be losing that. And I'm just inviting you all who work in financial world, keep that in mind in order to address adequately the needs of SMEs and startups, because otherwise we will lose them, and they are the core of the innovation excitement. And circular economy is in the middle of all that. Here, I just like to point out that we need to seriously dive into the question of, is it even possible to decouple the economic growth from environmental exploitation? I think one of the issues that needs to be acknowledged is that there is no 100% circular economy. So we need to start bringing these different views, points of view together, and really adequately address all the elements of the system. And again, I'm asking for a much more systemic, big picture that is well designed in order to then bring together all the little pieces. How to speed up also the capacity building on the ground. This is, again, a big challenge, especially if we want to meet the time agenda. And equally, as I mentioned before, the awareness and reinvention and refocusing of this society is asking for a new metrics. This is where the eco-civilization concept comes in. The original idea is exactly there, that we have a bigger possible new destination that we share, that is bigger than everything that we know today, that it goes beyond existing structures and opens up the space within which we can innovate and we can bring on board new, also not only projects and new financial tools, but overall new concepts of how the society can come together. And here, what eco-civilization concepts right now are proposing is that we take a focus on what matters in life, no longer on functions, no longer on these pillars, but in organization, we take a look at the beings, we take a look at the society, we take a look at the land, the place where we coexist, we take a look at the accumulated knowledge and wisdom, and develop dynamic tools which are part of the relationship between all these entities, and really keep evolving what matters in life, not fighting for financial markets, not fighting for existing education system, industry policies, and so on, but asking ourselves, what do we need to evolve as human beings? What do we need to evolve as a society? What do we need to evolve our land that can be sustainable and can serve the next generations as well, and which kind of knowledge we can use from the last 25,000 years that has been accumulated in the human consciousness, and really be wiser and learn from the past for the much brighter future. This is where I'm inviting you on, and this is where the circular economy fits in, because it's at the core of the relationships that can transform not only individuals, but also all societies, and of course, take care of the land. One thing happened a few days ago, which brings a lot of sort of excitement, at least in Europe, which is this European Bauhaus. But again, and I really like the concept, it's well written, but guess what is missing again? It supports all kinds of designs, except organizational one. So I'm inviting you to, whenever you think about the development of this new green society, that we do not forget about the organizational design, which is absolutely necessary to be able to pull ourselves from the existing frameworks into something new, fresh, that we all know that it's needed in order to implement this ambitious, green, sustainable strategies. But in the old frameworks, I can guarantee you we will fail. So thank you very much. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing all of you and your contributions on this extremely important topic. Thank you, Yuri.
Thank you, Violeta. Congratulations. Thank you for your introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is open for questions. It's very simple to ask a question. You just need to raise a hand. You know, if you see nobody's has raised a hand, you can just go and ask. We will be happy to to have as an interactive conference as possible. While we are waiting for the first question, Violeta, I was thinking you've exposed the need for the organizational design. You've pointed at how precious SMEs are, the SME sector for innovation. You've exposed a very fundamental question, whether the decoupling of the economic growth and well-being from the use of resources is actually possible, or whether it's questionable whether it could be possible, because the world is not ideal. So, but we can get there with innovation. How do you see circular innovation and organizational design? In what connection do you see these two terms? How important it is, to redesign organizations, maybe even civilizations, for that?
Well, thank you, Yuri, for this question. I'm just starting to dive into this very important topic, but as far as I can see it at this point, is that circular economy as itself is a concept that is challenging pretty much everything that all the organizational alignment that we've known so far, because it's pushing everyone to move not only from linear to circular, but from hierarchical to horizontal network-based models. And as you mentioned already in the opening statements, that pretty much every model will have to be rechecked and rethought and reinvented, if we want, because of this new concept that requires people to collaborate, to cooperate, to act on as individual nodes in order to really get the net effect that is necessary to keep the planet Earth, humans and the rest of the nature well synchronized and in tuned in order to coexist in the future. I mean, as we've heard, it's not a cliche, we've heard it many times. I mean, the Earth will survive without us. There's not a problem about that. It will, Earth always, planetarian rules, natural rules have incredible embedded behavior, which is that nature always takes what's available and makes the best out of it. Humans don't know that. We always want even more. We want, and that's where exploitation, that's where this exhaustion of the planet is coming from. So for that, circular economy is a great motivating tool with all its essence for redesign, rethink, reuse, reduce, recycle. So all that is pushing us into new alignments, new ways of collaboration. And I know we're gonna succeed. It's just a question of how rocky the path will be, and closer we are, more connected we are, smoother this transition is gonna be.
Right. Well, I believe you would agree that one common early experience of every circular frontrunner is that you cannot do it alone, or though it looks very much like ghost driving. So actually, you're also encouraging a systemic change, right? Yes. A systemic change that should look very much like a huge organizational overhaul of the global economic system, the rethinking of the value chains, the establishment of new value chains, cross-sectorial, etc. Where does the finance come in? I mean, where does the understanding of risk and allocation of financing come into this picture?
Well, we saw some very innovative financial tools being developed. I mean, the first and the most encouraging was incredible success of InvestEU under Juncker's Commission. This was developed from scratch. EU as an institutional framework prior to that did not use at all any innovative financial tools, did not bring any institutional and private investors on board in order to support the strategic orientation of the EU. But we proved that not only we put everything together from scratch, but in 5 years' time, more than 560 billion euros of fresh investments were poured into European economy, which of course is one of the key reasons why European economy is very stable. I see now that the startups are waking up, and we see this incredible growth of successful financed startup companies and SMEs in Europe, which is for the first time in the history, basically, that we have such a big jump. But the challenge is that 92% of the startups are male-run startups. And you know that society exists of 25%, 52% of women, and 48 or 49 and 51% of men. And if we have only male, incredible male capacity working on our global challenges or social or local challenges, we will have only partial solutions. So we need to make, especially the financial institutions, I'm inviting you to pay special attention, that you try to encourage this balanced groups, teams, that they really can get a systemic and holistic solutions on board, that only such solutions have a sustainable value. Otherwise, you will not be able to activate half of the population, because intuitive purchasing habits are becoming stronger and stronger. And as a female, I can tell you from my experience, I can see very quickly when the product is designed purely for male compared to female. And because our purchasing power is growing, I hope that financial institutions hear that too. So this is a very concrete example. But overall, it's this shared risk, shared investment, shared value benefits is the global community emerging model. And I'm sure that financial institutions, because it's proving to be very successful, are listening to this. And I hope we will see a much more net-based business modeling, including with the financial leg supporting this kind of global collaboration and global cooperation.
Okay. A short answer, if possible, to a very, I would say, quite a provocative question that I'm reading from the chat from Beatrice, I don't know, to the eco-civilization. Would you recommend to have a management system such as ISO standard as a tool to implement the circular economy in an organization?
Standards are necessary. Global rules are necessary. ISO will have to be challenged. It's an old structure. It needs to be reinvented as well.
Very well. Thank you so much, Violeta. Let me take advantage at this point to introduce two active listeners today who are here with us. Mr. Christoph Püntmann, the founder of Highbrook, a financial consultancy, and Slaven Michkovic, a senior financial expert in NKBM banking group seated in Slovenia. Both very experienced banking professionals, both with at least one hobby in common, which is financial modeling, are entitled to ask, questions that are not too hard, but not too simple. So from here on, I would, whenever there's nobody gonna ask a question, I'm gonna pass to Slaven or to Christoph. It's on them also the privilege to have the conclusive words of this conference. And then, of course, every one of you is most welcome as well to join the debate. Let me thank once more to Violeta Bulc for being with us for
Thank you, Yuri.
energetic introduction. And we are moving on. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Mrs. Andrea Codrin. Andrea Codrin is a member of the investment committee of the FC Fund, the SI Fund. Andrea Codrin is going to speak about the institutional readiness straightforwardly, which is to support the European Green Deal. After Violeta's introduction, and Andrea is going to make an overview. We know Andrea Codrin as an experienced financial expert as well, who's been working at the European institutional level now for, I believe, the second mandate. So it's very precious to having you with us. Andrea, please, the word is yours.
Thank you, Yuri. It is an honor to be in a circular economy community, but I would just like to slightly correct my title, because since the 1st of January, the European Fund for Strategic Investment terminated. As Violeta said, we reach, instead of 500 billion euros of triggered investments, 560 billion. But since the 1st of January, is also the new budgeting period for the European Union, and the new Invest EU should start it because it haven't yet, but it will start in the next month. I would just like to share a short overview from my perspective on this very extensive topic of Green Deal from the financial and investment side. I am in the finance sector since the beginning of my professional path, but since 2008, I'm really dedicating, I would say, my work and my interest towards how to embed the sustainability, in particular climate change, to the financial markets. In 2008, it was very difficult. If I remember those beginnings, we really, it was purely on the voluntary basis of a few players on the financial and the money markets. And the topics that has been on the desk at the time, the climate change was very far away. It was more the talks about the depletion of the resources on our planet. For me, very eye-opening has been the researchers from the Stockholm Resilience Institute that emphasize that if everybody would live like we are living in Europe, we would need 2.5 planets. But if everybody would live like in the USA or in the United Arab Emirates, we would need like 5 planets, you know, and this is the old data. So most probably the demand is even higher. But the good point, which is not a good point, is that finally the awareness about the limits of the planet and about the climate change, which is the umbrella of several different issues that we as the civilization and as the economy are confronting, are after COP in Paris on the level that at least political agreement has been achieved. But now the issue is how will these objectives will be integrated to the multiple industries. And one of the most important from my perspective are for sure the financial systems. Because, you know, if you have somewhere the strategic objectives, on the other side, you do finance the industries that are still toxical, that are still destroying the environment, we are not going toward the right path. So European Commission took that objective seriously. In 2018 was adopted the first this agenda and the action plan on the financing sustainable growth, where have been 3 main objectives. The first was to reorient, so to shift the capital flows towards more sustainable economy. Second, how to mainstream the sustainability into the risk assessments. And finally, how to foster the transparency and instead of the financial short-termism to ignite the long-term view and the perspectives. As it was structured in 2018, and as it also, we can emphasize how development is now going very fast, is that the Commission will publish the new, slightly adapted, the new action plan on the financing sustainable growth. And we are now expecting this, I think in a few months that it will go to the public. So this will be a very important document for all companies, for all NGOs, for all administrations looking for the finance from this perspective. But we are not expecting a big changes, but more adaptation and evolvement based on everything what happened in the past years and in the past months. Now, from my perspective, if I would like to find the most important denominators of all challenges that from the institutional side we are facing in regards to the financing and investments, that would be the EU taxonomy, where again several things are ongoing, but it is particularly important not only to streamline the financing, but also to shift away some kind of the financing and investments from particular industries. Second is additionality. We learn really a lot about the additionality within the European Fund for the Strategic Investment because at the moment there are a lot of different funds available. And aside that there is a big question about the one-stop shop, so one entry for everybody or projects that are looking for the finance, it is also the problem that sometimes these funds are financing the projects that would be easily obtaining the finance from the banks or from the commercial banks or from the capital markets. So additionality is really that the projects that are risky and cannot access, or they have the market failures, that they really have a specific funds that are available for them. And finally, it is, I would say, the new approach towards the economic assessment, appraisal, and the risk assessment. Here is also very important because there are completely new risk that needs to be integrated, as well as this is really aligned also with the banking system that need a few years to adapt their processes to be able to respond on these new needs. I would now look at each of these three perspectives more from the details. The EU taxonomy has established the 6 different areas, and one of them is this transition to a circular economy. Looking, I think, more than 1,000 investments in the past 5 years that came and has been approved with the EFSI. I always pose the questions because the circular economy should at least be horizontally addressed, and there are similar issues like in regard to the resources. So basically, we should go away from that we are investing now to the circular economy, or we are investing to the adaptation or mitigation of the climate change, but this should be already addressed, because otherwise neither the businesses, neither economies will not survive within this decade and the next decade. But in the taxonomy, what I found extremely important, because this is one common language that should be understood, that we would avoid the greenwashing that unfortunately still existing today. So basically you can get appealing titles of the investment, and at the end of the day they maybe have 3% of the climate change somewhere in the between. So I think this is very important. It would give us, I would say, a good ground to go further and to do more investments in this field. Now, for the visualization of the importance of the additionality are these visualizations of the multi-MFF, the new MFF that started at the beginning, so the new budget of the European Commission. Then is this a new Next Generation EU, which has the part also regarding the recovery and resilience facility. Then we have Invest EU, that will be the new financial instrument after the EFSI. So what I wanted to show that there are many entry points for the financing that are coming from the public institutions, and even the people who are on the daily basis working with that. It is extremely difficult because the conditions per each instrument might be different. On the other side, the Commission and the European Parliament at the end of the last year actually made the call to the investors to try to do the blending between these different instruments. So to do that, you really need to understand these things. And now the simplicity, the transparency, and also one shop point for the investors would be something that would really facilitate the investors and the companies to use these funds. And finally, so what I wanted to say also here, that there are some good cases. One of the institutions, so European Investment Bank, published in the November the roadmap to become the first climate bank inside of the Europe. And the approach how this roadmap has been prepared is very holistic and systematic, what Violeta emphasized before, because we also have these just transition issues, you know, for the economies that depend on the coal or on the gas. It's not really easy for them immediately to switch. And I think this is the first attempt that we got a paper and a roadmap for the banks that how to go towards to achieve a very ambitious goal to be the first global climate change bank. But the third challenge that I wanted to emphasize is regarding this new system, new approach of economic appraisal and risk assessment. Looking back now to this 5 years at the EFSI, what is very interesting is that the focus for the investment decision for the making of the investment decisions switch from a previous internal rate of return towards the economic rate of return that comprise also what are the benefits for the society, for creation of the new jobs, so for the environment, but also that calculate what are the negative outputs of the particular investment, because regardless with the best attempt, they still are in some cases. So there are many new perspectives that now need to be taken into the consideration from the physical risk. I was involved with a project in the United States 10 years ago that they make the reconstructions of all energy plants and to increase their level above the surface for the 2 meters, because that was their experience from the different extreme weather that they experienced on the East Coast in the past 15 years. So several new things that are happening and demands to respond. There is also now the price of the carbon, the implication of the climate change on the different markers, on the supply chain, on the transportation, and of course the scenario analysis that are linked to that. With the EFSI, we have so-called 4 pillars assessment. And the 4th pillar also included the KPIs and the I would say even the different monitoring aspects on the contribution of the projects on the climate change towards the transition. Basically did this become, I would say, the most important part of the decision making if the project would get the EU guarantee or not. And regardless that the ponder and the weight of this assessment of these pillars has been very high, it was no project that would also not be qualified to the standard economic appraisals like the normal bankability and investability of the project. So this is possible. As Yuri, you said at the beginning, it is possible to do this transition, but also on the other side to generate the economic interest. I don't think that it is still as it was in the beginning, that it has been several cases through the energy efficiency that you would be able to really to gain a lot on the cost side. Now maybe such a difference is not huge, but I think that the important part is that it is possible to do also on the economic side, that no subsidies or that this kind of the projects would need to generate with a loss. So this is the important message, that it's possible. The greening of the financing system also demands new key players that would, everything what we discuss somehow embed to the different systems. We have 4 such things now at the moment in the Europe. So this is the greening for the financial systems from the central banks and the supervisors. Then the coalition of the finance ministers for the climate action. Very important is this platform on the sustainable financing, because this includes also the NGOs and the other stakeholders. And European Banking Authority has been invited to identify the principles of the methodology of inclusion of different ECG objectives inside, although this is at the moment more on the voluntary basis than on the obligatory. I think that when we discuss about this topic, we also need to look what is the added value then for the final beneficiaries, so for the companies or for the investors. EIB presented a very interesting study research at the beginning of the January, also with which parameters are usually, and this is now for all companies, not only from the climate change, sustainability or circular economy, but all companies, what they are not satisfied with. And we can see that the collateral and the cost are very high. Percentage of the companies that are not satisfied. So for sure, the first thing is that if we see the companies that are doing this new sustainability strategies and investments that are with a huge share aligned with these objectives, there should be the lower cost. There should be these guarantee schemes, because usually these projects are with a high risk, because mostly this is implementation of the new technologies. There is a lot of R&D that is demanded. And for the banks at the current system, it is very difficult to finance that. So these guarantee schemes are very important. Thirdly, these projects should be offered by the extended payback period. And all these extra miles that we see, we do have the investments that try to achieve really a lot that would get some stimulus and to encourage to do more than what regulation is asking at this moment. At the end, I would just like to share the part of the solution that I see from my perspective. In the center, I wanted to visually to emphasize and taking this from our karst in Slovenia, where we have a lot of karst caves, and we have these stalagmites and stalagmites, and after, I don't know, millions of the years, they merge together to the pillars. So the right solution, or one of the right solution, I think here, is to combine the top-down that we mostly I address today with the bottom-up approach. Because the top-down, yes, it should be bold public commitment. It should be the healthy balance between what is mandatory and what is voluntary. It should be monitored, because if that is not monitored, we have a lot of greenwashings, a lot of commitments, and nothing is coming out of that. And we need to see more and more horizontal integrations. So even us at the at FC, we have like objective to have 40% of the climate change, and we achieved then 44%. So if there will be no target, I think it would be very difficult to come to the same results. Now, if we go then to the bottom up, we can see, like, from the circular economy, the size of the investments is very small. So we really need the deployment platforms for the aggregation, for the scalability, and also for the replicability. This is also a lot of new knowledge. Not all companies or municipalities can invest their workforce or the time to understand everything. So these deployment platforms are important for the learning and improving. But then in the between, these investment platforms can exist because again, we need to pooling, the cost of the financing, in particular for the blending and for the combining these different guarantee schemes, is not cheap. It is very expensive. You need a professional people aside. So the pooling is needed. And as much as possible, the governments and on the EU level, these risk schemes should be used. So that's a short overview, very fast through very extensive topic of the Green Deal. But I think we are on the right path, although the financial sector will really and is playing a very important role. And as soon as the change will be possible to implement here, more investments we will be able to see. Thank you, Yuri.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you very much. Indeed, an overview. So we are now actually better equipped for the rest of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, questions, please. Are there any questions at this point? Yes, please, Christoph.
I'll just jump in here.
Please.
Yeah, Andrea, you just showed us about the what is it called, the carbon taxation. Do you think that that would be a meaningful device in order to basically get people to emit less carbon and switch away from fossil fuels? And I mean, obviously, in theory it does, but how feasible is it actually in practically pursuing it? Because last time we tried a carbon certificates initiative, which was based on the fact that, for example, all the different countries, they got different carbon certificates, and I think Russia got quite a lot of them. And then Russia had so much in supply, they could give it to the whole world, and other people were basically just trading with it. And there was so much misuse of this whole carbon scheme that this carbon scheme finally came to an end, and it did not achieve what it was meant to do. How feasible do you think a carbon tax would be going forward? And can it actually achieve the goal of getting to carbon neutrality in 2050?
Thank you. I think that I didn't have carbon tax, but carbon cost, because I fully agree with you that the carbon tax is also the tool for manipulation and speculation, what we have seen in different economies. But in regards to the carbon cost that I emphasized, it is to use them within the economic analysis of the different projects. That means not that they would pay, but of course, if they would have a lot of CO2 emissions, their final economic rate of return will not be so high compared to the other projects. In this regards, not in the regards of the tax. Now, to answer from my perspective on the tax, I don't have enough data. I think this is really the question for the macroeconomists to put all this modeling inside and to see if this is feasible or not. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Christoph, for your question, and Andrea for answering. Another one, please. Karin?
Can I jump in here?
Please.
Hello, everyone. I came in a bit late. Thank you, Andrea, for the great presentation. Christoph, I think what you are referring to as a carbon tax is actually the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which means this is not the carbon tax that we are all going to pay, the consumers and the citizens, but it's rather it put on the products that are coming in from out of EU countries. And has on one hand, of course, may have the result that we are all filling our state budgets again and the EU budgets, because we're spending a lot now on the pandemic resolutions here, but and also to improve the environmental situations and the production situations in out of the EU countries, because as long as they want to import their goods, they will have to take care of their own environmental production settings and reduce their carbon emissions. So this is what is currently in discussion, and I personally think this could be a very good tool if you use taxing as a steering model to steer into the right direction. But I'm very aware that this is very certainly not called a tax for many reasons. And one of it is the one we have just discussed. So it's the adjustment mechanism.
Thank you, Karin. Very useful clarification. Any more questions? Andrea, when I see the mapping, such humongous mapping of financial institutions and instruments available, one question pops up, and with it, I am also referring to some complaints. Some from time to time I hear from local bankers. They say there are not enough projects to finance, and so I'm wondering, is there a momentary oversupply, or is there also a risk of a crowding out of commercial financial intermediaries? I mean, how is there? I mean, is there something like that at site? Is there a real risk for the crowding out effect? And how is it mitigated? Because I believe this was not the goal, and on the contrary, there should be, I believe, a market-making role of, for example, the European Investment Bank that you mentioned. How do you see this? These two interrelated questions, actually, the crowding out and the lack of bankable projects.
Thank you, Yuri. I would start with the second question, because it was always asked by the European Court of Auditors as well for the EFSI. It's a very legitimate question. Yes, of course, all these instruments could compete very easily with the grants or with the blendings, or even in the past years with the EFSI. And therefore, the additionality that I emphasize as this the second very important set of challenges, it is so important. I would say that we haven't seen among these thousands of the projects that came on our desk a lot of projects that that would just go for that because it was easier, or because maybe the financial terms has been more favorable, rather if they would approach the local or international banks. But this could very easily came in our part of the Europe, so where this development gap still exists. And this is also the area that is related to your first part of the question, because I really cannot believe that there are not enough projects. But if I look to the country that I know the best, for 15 years, the companies and authorities and municipalities rely on the grants. And the grants are much easier to get than to prepare very good business models, to prepare the economic assessments of the projects, to try to optimize different aspects, different perspectives of the particular investments. So if you go and try to do a very good project, it demands a lot of time, a lot of resources, and the effort given. And sincerely said, there are not a lot of project promoters that would like to go on that way. So usually what is still prevail is to find a solution that is the simplest, where there are also not so many aspects of the different assessments and analyses. And therefore, we are facing the reality that is that we do not have the strategic plans and we do not have the investments through which we would be able to implement these strategic plans.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I hope you are staying with us, because there will be much more to discuss. For example, let me just read a question from the chat. Is there any proportionality principle given the structural differences between the EU economies? A question asked by Matthias. I'm not sure whether Matthias refers to the carbon, Karin, help me out, the carbon mechanism, or the overall transition to a carbon neutral economy. However, let it stay open, okay? Because we have to go on. But let's not forget to reply to this question as well, because it could trigger a very interesting debate. And by the way, Christoph, now you can move also to harder questions. Okay, thank you. For the first one, it was okay, but you know. I would like to thank you again, Andrea, and please stay with us for some more. I would like to move to our third introductory speaker, another experienced banking professional, Mrs. Stanislava Zadravec-Caprirolo, the executive director of the Bank Association of Slovenia. Mrs. Stanislava Zadravec-Caprirolo was a vice governor of the Slovenian Central Bank and has been in the current role for a few years now, overlooking the post-crisis recovery of the banking system, and has been very active in the period when the banking system is supposed to be a part of the solution. I'm referring to the current pandemic crisis. So the title of her introductory speech is "What can innovative and sustainability-driven corporate clients expect from banks today?" Mrs. Zadravec-Caprirolo, the word is yours, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, to organizer, you, Yuri, as well as to all supporters of this specific event, conference, as well as all other similar. As a representative of banking sector, I can really emphasize that spreading the information awareness is one of very important activities that should be included into all action plans, national as well as EU, and they are rightly so as well. I have gotten today quite a challenging question to address, at least it may seem so at the first sight, which is what can innovative and sustainability-driven corporates or small enterprises and entrepreneurs expect from banks. And when we talk about, in principle, about expectations imposed by clients to the banking sector, that would usually include the questions related to the cost of financing. And I would emphasize that besides the cost, we should also be looking into the availability of the financial resources per se. I think this is as important element that should be discussed within the strategic approach towards green financing as the level of the cost itself. May I just ask you, is the presentation seen properly on the screen?
The presentation is seen beautifully.
Okay.
Please just speak towards the microphone and it will be
Okay.
very well. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, I must emphasize that Slovene banks, as well as all European banks, the whole European banking sector really stand ready to finance the either current investments into the circular, long-term sustainable, not only environmental, but also social, society, sustainable driven project, as well as the post-COVID recovery of the economy. Why so? Because there's ample liquidity available, as well as also robust capital position, and due to the monetary policy and measures to cope with the consequences of COVID circumstances, pandemic impact on the economy, as well as the previous financial and economic crisis, are also offering historically low cost for any type of feasible projects. Besides that, their Slovene banks are, and also European, again, are really committed to finance the sustainability-driven projects. In addition, and they have majority of them has included this strategic determination or goal into their official statements, into the business strategies, into the strategic priorities. As far as the Slovenian banking sector is concerned, already in 2019, at the level of the sector as a whole, the principles of the responsible banking were amended to reflect this strategic orientation of the banking sector towards financing the sustainable projects. And that refers not only to the bank, Slovenian Import-Export Bank, which is a Slovenian development bank, but also to the part of the banking sector that is really by nature traditionally commercial banking sector. Now, how this commitment would be then reflected into either the cost of financing to stimulate this, or to availability of financing itself, there are different ways, and I must say that some of you maybe were already noticing that some of the bankers, presidents of the management boards of Slovenian banks have already announced publicly that they have decided within the strategies, business models, that they just will not any longer finance certain technologies. I will not say industries, but certain technologies. And I think this is one of very important and very clear messages that should absolutely reflect and result into also in stimulus to corporates and small and businesses to shift their thinking as well, being aware that at certain point, not only maybe the financing of non-sustainable, long-term non-sustainable environmental or social projects will be more costly, but there will at certain point not be financial resources available for this type of investments, for example. Now, banking system and banking financing is for European economies very, very important, because the size of financing that comes from the banking sector in financing the growth and development is well, the financing is bank-based. The financing of growth is bank-based. The capital markets are not as important as, for example, in United States. And regardless that the European countries are putting on the table really huge, tremendous amounts of euros, billions, trillions of euros to support the economic development, sustainable recovery after also this pandemic. the banking sector will remain an important source of financing of these projects in short term as well as the long term. So banking sector is included into the action plan of the European Union in a way that tries to provide to this extremely regulated sector tools to include the elements of evaluating the sustainability of projects, then into the risk management and also into the pricing and monitoring, obviously. So there are certain clusters that are more important for this process and certain that are maybe a little bit less. But we are approaching the phase of planning being shifted into the implementation. And I think this is really very important to be aware of, in terms that we all have to, not only banks, but also the companies really need to start to prepare themselves to benefit financially from their orientation towards the sustainable projects and sustainable development. I would just mention here a few of such. One is taxonomy. And why taxonomy is important also for the banking sector. It is important not just for banking sector, for all the sectors, because it does provide tools for homogeneous evaluation of the environmental or social, not yet there, but it's to come, performance of the projects of the clients. And evaluation is a possibility to evaluate and to distinguish projects being sustainable or not is step one. And this is feeding then into other frameworks that need to be in place really to assure the effect, not only financing, but a true shift from towards more sustainable environment, European as well as global. So reliable, comparable information plays important role to measure the sustainability as well as then to manage the risk within the banking sector. And especially data availability and is now, I think, the second step to which we all have to seriously dig based on the taxonomy that still needs to be further developed for some other sectors that currently not yet really included into the taxonomy, but nevertheless enough to start with. And based on that, what we really need to do now altogether is to define a set of key performance indicators as well as key risk indicators. From the banking sector performance conduct, specifically to assure that whole banking sector, not just Slovenian, European, hopefully global, but at least European, would have a consistent approach to evaluate the level of sustainability that is built into the projects that clients seek financing for. And it is important also to emphasize that clients are the ones that should be not only responsible, but specifically keen for themselves to assure that this information is available, because without that monitoring of or proving or monitoring the positive effects on environmental or social, it's impossible. And currently, there is really a lack of data available that would be that would provide for reliable monitoring of such impact of projects, for example. So this is a work still to be done, and all the efforts are really focusing, at least in the banking sector, into this area currently. When this is going to be in place or in parallel, what needs to be done is to integrate that into that matrix that was already mentioned also by the previous speakers, into the risk management framework of the banking sector, which is also underway. It was mentioned already that European Banking Authority has launched actually already this discussion on the inclusion of the ESG risks into the regulatory as well as supervisory framework, and this report is to be findings are to be published in the middle of the year 2021. Based on that, the proposal for the prudential regulation of the banking sector that will have impact on the cost of financing, direct impact also to the clients, is supposed to be finalized. Now, currently, I have listed few of the regulatory pieces that impact the banking business conduct with further impact on the client's financing. And here with the red, I have colored the ones that are underway, but they are very important to, let's say, start to make a true distinction in terms of cost financing to the projects that would not be long-term sustainable, that would not include long-term sustainable components versus the one that would include that. And all these missing key pieces refer to the capital requirements, and therefore also to the pricing of the product, and they are supposed to be finalized and then also applied in practice by the end of 22. This is the latest current time framework for that. I would like to draw the attention also on the efforts and activities that are jointly performed by UNEP as well as European Banking Federation, where obviously all the EU banking associations and banking sectors participate in, which is actually preparing a model testing the application of the EU taxonomy on core banking products. And these core banking products would also include SMEs that were also already mentioned and emphasized today. All these robust, very complex new institutional, regulatory, organizational model has to take into account the capacity of the small and medium-sized enterprises as well. So on one hand, we do need key performance and risk measurement indicators, also possibility matrix that is relatively complex, but that provides harmonized and reliable information on the stage and level of sustainability for different industries, as well as social projects, including labor market and so forth. But then all these have to be designed and implemented into the models for risk management and monitoring in general in a way that are also, simple enough to be applied by small enterprises or single person at the end of the day, enterprises, entrepreneurs, if we really want to stimulate the orientation towards the sustainable, ecological and society sustainable projects. So this effort is going to present, let's say, around 40 concrete case studies how the taxonomy could be applied within the banking, traditional banking products, and then this will be published towards the end of this month, and would be a crucial, I would say, input to further work of different players, especially also the banking sector, but not only the banking sector, to at the end, as soon as possible, arrive to the mechanism that would make a distinction in terms of cost of financing to the clients. But again, emphasizing that only on the basis of reliable data that should be provided by the clients and proving the level of sustainability. For the time being, and for the sake of timing, I think, yeah, I'm concluding with that, but just saying that really, I think we are at the very important stage of starting implementing the tools that are given into the practice within the common effort of all the players. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Zadravecka-Prirolo. Thank you for these insights. We see banks are changing. Banks are becoming a somewhat different institutions, just as much as they have been asking companies to present their financial statements. They are from now on also going to be more curious about impacts that organizations have on the society and environments, and they will hold them accountable for making their own audits. So this is something very important that changes in the relationship between the intermediaries and clients, and of course there's an increased need for the forward-looking orientation, which is a challenge always, not only for a financial intermediary. So there are a number of challenges, and we are happy to see that actually even I mean the regulatory framework is falling into place even at the global level, so I think this is all very useful to take with us into the next panel. Are there questions, dear audience, please?
If no, I can do that, Yuri.
Okay, Slaven, please go.
Thanks, thank you, Yuri. First of all, I would like to thank all lecturers or speakers for very interesting presentations. So, from Violeta, I learned that eco-civilization is basically even a broader concept than sustainability itself. And thankfully, with the circular economy in the heart of it. Yeah. Andrea emphasized the importance of mainstreaming of sustainability into the risk management, and also said that there is a new action plan for sustainability goals from EU Commission. Stanka also emphasized or said that the banks, Slovenian banks, are committed to sustainable financing and emphasized the importance of taxonomy. Well, it is indeed a very interesting debate, but let me now put myself to the viewpoint of or to put myself as a regular risk officer in one of the Slovenian banks. Honestly, I have 101 or 1001 question, and my, I would say, thesis is that I see from all these action plans and the task in front of us, need for massive education. So my question is actually, are we expecting, Yuri, too much from the bankers and banks in so short time period? Do we really need, or do we really have our skills? If I quite remember, one of the bullets from Violeta presentation is that the skills are inadequate. And it holds also for the banks. I can speak from my name. And believe me, as Violeta said, questions are coming on surface. It happens to me every day. I mean, honestly speaking, yeah. So I can just give you a short list of high-level tasks we have to do. So let's say the first thing we have to do is to develop the ECG strategy in the bank. And the list of high-level tasks are, let's say, establishing ECG ambitions level, understanding risk exposure, the current risk exposure of our portfolio, what is our risk appetite, or we have to define risk appetite, respond to ECG risks, and so on. This is high-level task, and we are going how to say lower and lower to the very specific task. So once more, maybe Stanka can comment it. I believe maybe that bank association, it maybe is a good starting point for a number of very intensive workshops for the bankers with very defined purpose of these workshops. So this is what I want to share with all of you. Yes, the role of financial sector is important. It was, and it will stay very important for this transition to more circular, or let's say more green economy. But believe me, we need more knowledge in order to provide or to perform all the tasks expecting from us. And right now, I believe that if we introduce this knowledge right now, the path will be shorter.
Very well, Slaven, thank you very much. Thank you for this insight that you have translated into a question. Is there a huge need for, let's say, re-education in banking? I think Karin wanted to jump in. I would like to give her a chance to ask before we give the word back to Mrs. Zdravecka-Prilorov to answer both of you, please.
I can refer to it later on in our question Q&A panels, because I guess we're a little bit late. I just wanted to say thank you, Stanislava, for the presentation. I'm very glad to hear such aspirational talk, and thank you, Slaven, to bring it down to the bottom, that it's not a sector, it's not organizations, it's people in there who have to do a job and who have to do certain tasks and perform them. And there is a huge knowledge gap on how to do this. We all know what to do or what we have to do, but there is a huge gap in how. And we are currently doing sustainable finance courses at the University of Applied Sciences, especially for banks, for people in banks, and they are fully booked, and people are desperate for knowledge because they really need to know, how am I going to translate this into my daily work? And I think this is very well put, Slav, and this is exactly what is needed now. It's not that we don't want to, we need to know how to do it.
I believe that the training center of the Slovenian Bank Association is also fully booked. Is it so? Please, Mrs. Zdravecka-Prilorov.
It is fully, but actually what I want to say is that we all have a lot of unanswered questions at the moment. We all have to work together to answer these questions. And again, it's impossible to expect that bankers would know everything. It's a joint effort. It's an effort of industries to provide indicators for their type of industries, of scientists, of developers, and obviously also bankers to be able then to include these harmonized indicators into their own risk management matrix and evaluations. So it's a joint effort. Bankers only bankers know, yeah, Slaven, impossible, even though we do feel actually now overwhelmed by all the tasks. But we need to start with, very, the most, I would say, unpleasant part, which is data. That's, strategic can be defined, yeah, but in terms of quantifying the strategic efforts, also in the banking sector, we need to start with the data in the industries, and then, as I said, the task that goes to the dirty data quality area as a step one, and then from then onwards, yeah, we have to. I mean, I could go more into details how many tasks are waiting, but I will stop for the sake of time. Data and joint work. That's it. That's the the answer. Short.
You. Thank you very much indeed. I think we have understood now where's the turning point. Before moving forward, I would like to thank you once more for your participation, Mr. Zdravecka-Pirolo. Let me also say at this point, the Bank Association of Slovenia and the CBA have been engaging for a few years in promoting the topic of sustainable and circular transition in cooperation with the banking sector. Unfortunately, our last conference was wiped away by the pandemic, and this event is in a way at least a partial replacement or a compensation for it. By this, I would also like to thank you and the association for the support of this to this event. Given the fact that we are a little late, an idea came up to my mind that we should maybe not make a break right now, and if you agree, because as for now I see you quite comfortably be seated, and if there's a need for a break, just let me know, write to me, and we can make a break. But I think it would be a waste to lose the momentum right now, because we are now moving towards the actual national context. We are going to examine how this re-education, this transition, this application of the new rules and practices is taking place in different environments, both in terms of different countries as well as in terms of different, financial intermediaries. We will have three very interesting testimonies in this next panel. So if you allow me, I would suggest that we move on, and I would like to ask Karin Huber-Heim to share with us the Austrian experience. Karin is the academic program director at the University of the Applied Sciences for banking and finance in Vienna, and she actually leads a master course on sustainable finance and responsible management. And at the same time, she's also the director of the Circular Economy Forum Austria, the first time among us in also in this new role. So let me welcome you also as the leader of the recently established Circular Economy Forum. She's also a member of the board at Global Compact Network in Austria, and of course a member of the CBA faculty, just as well as Slaven and Christoph, and some more fellows that you are going to meet through this afternoon. Having said that, I would like to pass the word on you, Karin. Please, the word is yours.
Thank you very much, Yuri. Thank you all for having me here. Thank you, Violeta, and Andrea, and everyone else for the great presentations. I am going to share my screen right away, and I hope you can see it. Are you good, Yuri? Because I
Yes,
can't
yes.
see you now. Okay, great.
Yes, yes.
So I would like to speak on the story, the circular story of Austria, and I will tackle a couple of things that have been mentioned here in regard to the financing as well. There is a growing interest, or has been a growing interest already in the potential for circular economy in Austria. And so far, in Austria, what has been or is considered by many a circular economy is actually only the story of waste and the circle of waste. Waste management in Austria has for a long term been now, it's very well understood, it's practiced for a long time, and Austrians actually love their waste management so much, because whatever you don't want or don't need anymore is very well taken care of, and it just goes away. For everyone, and it does not escape into the environment. It's not buried or hardly buried in landfill. Rather, we incinerate it. And what you see here on this picture is actually the Viennese waste incineration plant, which is in the middle of the city and has been designed by a renowned Austrian artist, and now is somehow a landmark. So in the heads of many people, creating waste and transforming waste into energy is not a bad thing at all. It's a good thing, because we all need energy. And for the waste management sector, plants like this really need this material. We really need waste. So this is one of the obstacles that I will point out to you a little bit later on that we are facing here in Austria. As you can see, the municipal waste treatment in Austria, here you have the total incineration rate in blue. It is quite all right. It's above the EU average. We do incinerate quite a lot, actually. We compost and digest. We have huge combustion plants, industrial combustion plants as well. And there is a quite good part that is recycled, but of course not enough. Landfill, this is from 2017, and it became even smaller since then. Landfill and disposal is almost cut down to the minimum, to zero. As you can see here, the recycling rates have been quite the same and even went down a little bit in the past 10 years almost. And this also is not a good sign. We're at a high level. This is where we're starting, but we are only just starting into a truly circular economy that is circular by design, and has circular business models rather than just treating our waste and sorting it well and recycling it. So we are starting at this point, and to really find out what Austrian stakeholders in several sectors, from industry, education, academia, research, public sector, think about the necessities on how to move forward and how to establish a true circular economy in Austria. We did a survey and found out that actually 83% of the stakeholders expect their organization to play a role in the future, and also believe that their organization can contribute to the establishment of a circular economy, which is actually a great find. We also found out that 82% see the decision for circular innovation at the top level. So it really is a strategic decision, and therefore needs knowledge also on this level, not just on the operational level. And again, another 80% see the need for specific education here for the decision makers as well as for the operational staff. We have asked for the need in sectors as well, and as you can see, almost all sectors are, the need is seen above 50%. So this is quite high, with building and construction, packaging and plastics in the first three places. Of course, because there also was a lot of media attention put through the plastics and packaging thematics over the past years. But surprisingly, the building and construction sector is seen as a major, to be able to play a major role. And then what happened also in June 2019, which was a very big push for the topic in Austria. Austria was the first nation to issue a circularity gap report. It has been done by Circular Economy, the consulting organization in Amsterdam, and has been financed, again here, by Austrian Recycling Agency, who of course has a big interest in the topic and who knows exactly what the story of circular economy is, but also what the story of waste is here and what they could lose if we turn waste into a value, or how they would have to change if we turn waste into a value. So the main results here, and I'm sure that they do not differ from if any other nations would do this, there would not be that much of a difference. 10% of our domestic extractions of resources stem from recycling, so that's quite a low rate for recycling of metals, minerals, biomass, or fossil fuels. 55% of our entire resource consumption stems from imports. So here we are again, why do we need a carbon border mechanism, an adjustment mechanism, which is a tax, but we don't call it a tax? It's important because we need to get a grip on those emissions and on the consumption of these resources. And of course, there is also resource consumption that goes to export articles and exported services. Austria is an export nation, and we fully or very largely, to a large extent, rely on export. So our overall recycling rate doesn't differ very much from the global rate of 9.1. We come up to 9.7. So that gave us a real push to close those gaps. There were also recommendations in the report from shifting to renewables, to recycle all the recyclable waste and even raise the rates of recyclability of materials, to maintain the current buildings that we have and the infrastructure by sourcing construction materials from demolition and not bring in and import new minerals and materials for building and constructions, but to look more into the aspects of urban mining. To prioritize imports with a higher proportion of secondary content, of secondary raw materials. This would give us a push of 20%. And if we could make all those 4 actions, really put them into reality, this could boost our circularity rate to an estimated 37%. And all of this is technically and financially feasible. There is nothing where we need new technology or major innovation. All of this is already possible. So there shouldn't be anything that keeps us from it, but. And now I'm going to look into the challenges and opportunities for circular business innovation in Austria and give you a brief glimpse on that. There are a couple of restraints that we are currently facing. First of all, slow political decision making. Of course, it would help, and it really, really supports companies in planning, in adjusting, if there are straight political frameworks and decisions and regulations that regulate a market and that do not, as we see it in or have seen it in the past decades in sustainability, actually make those who operate sustainable and responsible, make them be the more expensive choice in the market. So certainly this is something that if you ask businesses, they always ask for political decisions. Also in Austria, we have a lack of strategy in general, political strategy. And especially we are still lacking a circular economy strategy, which is now work in progress. It has been the process has been started in 2020, of course, a bit slowed down by the pandemic. But the climate ministry, it's the Ministry for Energy, Climate and Infrastructure, is currently working on it. It will be a process that takes at least all the year of 2021. So we're expecting the strategy to be ready in 2022, actually. So far, we only have a bioeconomy strategy because former governments in the past 5 years have not acted upon what is really necessary and rather had agendas or clientele agendas that they needed to cater towards. We have a lack of knowledge and know-how in businesses. So we were just discussing about the banks, how to assess risks, how to collect data, how to collect viable data and reliable data. All of this also needs to be implemented on a business level. It's not just banks, it's not just politics, it's also businesses who need support here. There is a big lack in I would even say society, and coming back to the eco-civilization movement here, I would say this is a general issue. There is a lack of ability to cooperate and collaborate for systemic solutions. Here I am referring only to politics and to business. And why is that? Because we are not used to it. For the past 4 or 5 decades, we have been taught that competitiveness is the way to go, and competitiveness is what businesses need to succeed in the market. This also, of course, refers to banks as they are businesses. This no longer is possible. There are huge systemic solutions needed that can only, and this has been put into the open already, and I'm happy to have heard this before from my previous speakers. We can only solve issues now in partnerships. So politics needs to have partners in business and in the financial industry to make this possible. Business needs to have partners in the financial industry, but also in politics. So this, and the role of a partner is very different than the role of a client or the role of a consumer or the role of a policymaker. So we need to really find new ways on changing our hats when we start to really work on solutions and think about solutions that will tackle the problems that we really need to tackle now. And I think the pandemic is beautifully showing us how much this is needed already on a different scale. And then in Austria, we can still see to some extent a lack of awareness and interest in some parts of the finance sectors in the needs. Not so much in sustainable finance, because due to the taxonomy and the regulations that will be coming here in the next 1 or 2 years, there is a lot of movement going on. But what banks to this point really do not understand yet are circular business models. And especially if they are very innovative. This is something that also needs education, information, awareness building. I think sustainable business models are understood and can be risk managed as long as they are linear. But the point is, however sustainable a linear business or a linear economy is, it will never be truly sustainable. It can only be truly sustainable if it is circular, if it is regenerative, because this is what we need. We don't need to do business a little bit better here and there in a linear model. We need to really rethink the way we are doing business. And this, of course, needs to rethink the way we are financing these kind of businesses. And then, fun fact, the Austrian attitude towards innovation is suspicious. This is a published fact by Gerd Hofstede, who is providing, for those of you who don't know him, he's a Dutch cultural scientist, cultural researcher, and he provides country insights through his website, where he puts research into several countries and what they're about. And yes, as an Austrian, I can only sign this. Yes, we are suspicious to innovation, or some of us, or the decision makers very often are suspicious. So we are very traditional, and we like to keep things the way they are, because actually they're still good. So this is always the restraint to make people move if they still feel fine about whatever is happening. And here we are with the financing of the circular business models that I have tackled. Austrian economy consists of 99% SMEs, and banks are still their most important source of financing. They do not turn to the EIB. They do not turn to huge horizon fundings. This is not possible for SMEs to a large scale, because they do not have the resources for this. So here is also a big gap, and on the other hand, a big opportunity to partner SMEs and banks to use taxonomy and sustainable finance as the game changer that we all are looking forward to. Stanka has mentioned it already. The full disclosure of financial accounting and the risk assessments are important. The public investment orientation will be needed to catalyze this kind of system change that we want to see. So it's not only on businesses, it will also be on public investment. The support and the de-risking of the private investments and expansions, we will need to see more action here, and we will need to see more champions here, more pioneers, more experimentation even though that this is, of course, I'm very well aware that this is highly risky, but we may have to take some risks for a change. And to end my presentation, what Austria now is facing, or what the Circular Economy Forum Austria that we have just founded, and to bring it into a large basis and to support businesses here, is we need to change the narrative, because what we are currently only talking about are the colored parts here of this graphic. We are talking about material flows, and we're talking about the collection and the sorting of waste, leaving out the complete part of the design, how we think about the business and how we think about services, about the manufacturing, the distribution, the retailers, and of course the consumer part. Again, here, this is a systemic challenge that we need to tackle through education and support of all the involved stakeholders. We need to provide information to the consumers, but also to any other involved stakeholder group like banks. They also need data, and they also need information. This can be what the EU is currently doing is or intending is to have a standardized labeling for organizational and product footprints, product passports, and easy to digest labeling for the consumers and also for business partners who really need to take strategic decisions and need to be empowered for the choices that they need to take in the next years. Explore the business opportunities offered by a younger generation that is less biased with ownership. They may only want services, the service of mobility, the service of sleeping, the service of traveling, whatever it is, and provide consumers with alternative options to meet their needs. And last but not least, of course, we need to support the transition of governance, legal, financial systems to enable these regenerative, circular producer ownership business models. And that was actually it from me, with two more things that came up in my head through the presentation. For businesses, as an advice, don't wait for politics. Business is the driver, or can be the driver, for innovation if they do not block it. for several reasons, but be the driver for innovations. And of course, banks, please consider SMEs need you. They need you to be a partner. Please learn to understand that circular business models work differently than many other business models that you have been financing the past 40 years. Thank you. That was it from me.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Karin. This was really sharp, very insightful. I believe we have all enjoyed this presentation. You are invited to ask questions, please.
I can see a question in the chat. Maybe I could reply to this one.
How do you feel about the B Corp companies, right?
Yes, yes.
Please.
I think this is a very interesting concept. I love to see so many companies adjusting to it. In Austria, actually, I don't know about Slovenia and the EU as a whole. I know that American companies are doing this already, because you have to transfer your legal. Yes, there is a strong community behind it, but there is also a legal component that actually in Austria, this is not possible to be legally this kind of a corporation yet. So again, here, like in many other regenerative or circular business models, we need politics to take an informed decision. We need to inform them that this is a way for business to do better business, or to do their business better, and need to have the regulations and the policies to make this possible. I think it's great that companies are doing this voluntarily, with all it takes from a governance level to down to all the responsibilities that they take up on. I would love to see more companies doing this, but whether it's a label called B Corp, or it's just that they are doing it even outside of that community.
Yeah.
This is wonderful.
A B Corp is a company that has recognized their purpose to be wider than just profit, right?
Yes.
It balances
Yes.
profit with social purpose, and it is by having decided to doing so, it has legally obliged itself to.
Exactly, and there is a legal obligation, but of course this is also a business model, and you can get a certificate, and you can self-assess or be assessed and get that certification if you need it for communicational reasons. Whatever works, I would be happy. Christoph has also a question: where does Austria rank among other countries with regard to circular economy? Well, you've seen we are 9.7 circular.
Yeah, it sounded like you're very progressive, and then you said at some point we actually do understand, our banks do understand linear economies quite well, but not so much circular economies.
Yes.
So just clarify, where do you actually stand? I mean, maybe Austria is the limelight to look up to. I don't know.
I would say there is always room to expand and to improve, always. I mean, 9.7 from whatever is not enough. I'm seeing now a lot of businesses, and I didn't have the time to include them in my presentation. I see amazing Austrian businesses, business ideas from industrial symbiosis to material stock exchanges to aquaponic to doing cooperational collaboration platforms for reusing constructional waste. I see amazing things going on, but we are still talking pioneers. We're not talking scaling it. We're not talking the economy. And if we talk about associations like the Austrian Industry Association, which next year has the annual topic circular economy put on their agenda, which makes me quite happy. But the Austrian Chamber of Commerce, for example, it's not happening yet. So the associations also need to learn a lot. What really brings their businesses forward. Very often in Austria, businesses, or very often, it is a fact, Austrian businesses are far ahead of their associations.
Thank you, Karin. Just for reference, the circularity gap has been measured now for the 4th year by the Circular Economy, a Dutch advisory, leading advisory in this field. In the first year, the global ratio was about 10%. The more the world has grown, the more this ratio has gone down. Now, as we see in the last year, measured to 9.1%. Austria was the first country to obtain its own national measurement, which was slightly over the global average, as Karin has explained. And there are 2 other countries with a similar measurement in the last year. Norway is just 2.4% circular, according to this same measurement, while the Netherlands is around 25% circular. Please correct me, dear Dutch colleagues, if I'm not precise enough. So this is what we know about national and global national economies and global economy by this comprehensive report. And right now, in the end of January, we are actually awaiting the 4th report to be published by Circular Economy.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Yuri, for the clarification. One more question that I might take up. If Yuri, are we still good on the time, or do you?
We are terrible on the time.
We're terrible on the time.
This is the last remark you can.
I will. No, I can also answer it in the chat if you.
No, please,
like
go ahead.
Sorry, the dilemma of recycling waste versus of waste industry and energy generation is hard to overcome. Yes, very hard. And the waste industry so far is reacting with hitchhiking the topic for themselves and hitchhiking the narrative to circular economy is recycling, which it is not. They know exactly what it should be, but this is the narrative that they play into the ministries, into society. As you can imagine, they are very powerful, financially powerful as well. I think it will only be a matter of time for them to adjust. There are smart people, and I'm very convinced that they do adjust, but not in public. But they may do this like behind the scenes and adjust to more like a material stock exchange as well. Because this is what they could be strong at, and also to export their knowledge, to extend that business of waste to other countries, where I would advise other countries when they build up a waste industry to be careful, because once you produce waste and you start using it as a resource, you will need this resource. At one point, you will be dependent on it. So please start to consider from the design, from the beginning to the very end in a circle, and not to solve one problem here and create another problem in the future.
And not burn it all at once.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Karin.
Thank you.
I hope you're staying with us for some more. We are pressed by time, so and we are still having so much to learn on our program. There are 4 more very interesting contributors. We have heard a lot about SMEs. We have heard a lot about innovation. And there are 2 speakers coming up who have been devoted to innovation and to making of new companies and to help companies grow. The first one I would like to invite to take the word is the founder and the CEO of Meta Group, a company that has been advising at various levels on innovation and investing in innovative early stage companies for nearly 30 years. Mr. Luigi Amati is here with us. Mr. Amati is at the same time also the president of Business Angels Europe. a European-wide confederation of national associations of business angels. Luigi, welcome among us. Please, the word is yours.
Hello. Hi, Yuri.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everybody. I will try to share my screen. I believe I should be doing that, right?
Please, please, please.
So let me see, how should I do that? Okay, share screen and then, okay. I hope you can see my screen now.
Yes, it works very well. Thank you.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much, Yuri, for the introduction. I am pleased to be attending the seminar on the circular economy organized by the Circular Business Academy, and to introduce an angle of, if you like, the very first investors in any kind of innovative companies such as business angels. And as it looks, circular economy will be a sector and an area of growing interest also for angel investors. I am aware about the time, so I will try to stay within my not even 15 minutes. I will try to shorten this to about 10 minutes. There are many things I would like to say, but let me just start by introducing Business Angels Europe. We are a confederation, as Yuri has been mentioning, made out of the largest national associations of angel investors. These are our full members. You can see in our map who is currently already a member of Business Angels Europe, and we count, of course, among our members some of the largest angel market, notably the UK, the Germany and France, but also a very large number of interesting emerging markets as full members. These full members, just to give you an idea, have a total number of angel networks and angel clubs as associates, which is approaching around 300 such networks and clubs across the whole Europe. So I'm pretty sure that everyone has close by at least an angel club or an angel network to which you can tap in and maybe become members or propose investment opportunities if you're interested, and we can be, of course, of help and a gateway through that. We also have affiliate members, which I will touch upon a little bit further on in my presentation, which are business angel networks and also a national association coming from non-EU or ex-EU countries, and particularly we have been trying to attract leading angel clubs and angel networks operating in the various countries, as they are becoming themselves more and more international, more and more cross-border, more and more interested in supporting companies not just to be invested locally, but also to scale up across Europe and, of course, worldwide. And finally, we have associate members. So any organization, individual or association that is interested in angel investing, in promoting angel investing, in approaching angel investing, and would like to become our member is welcome at Business Angels Europe. We have as a first priority the one to be a strong and coordinated voice representing angel investing towards European institutions and towards the market of entrepreneurs and other investors in general. We are a resource of knowledge. We have held and we hold every 2 years the BAE Research Conference, inviting all the leaders in the research on angel investing, and we provide intelligence on the European angel market. As I was saying, we strongly work on promoting cross-border and international investment, and I will say a little bit more later on, and promoting also professional ethical standards and best practices. Everybody likes to self-call himself a business angels, but not necessarily is a business angels. And the same goes for business angel networks and even association and national level. So we strive to promote ethical standards and professional standard in the angel investing to make sure angel investing is recognized as a well-developed, solid and reliable asset class of investors. We are also having a number of relationships with the angel community across the world, so not just in Europe. And we do research on angel investing activity, lobbying towards the EU policy making, and we look into also diversity and promoting particularly more women angel investors, as at the moment they only count for a small percentage of less than 15% of total number of investors. As I was mentioning, our associate members are part of the so-called Business Angels Europe Club. We have about 20 leading angel networks across Europe with a consolidated track record. We gather them every 3 months, presenting investment opportunities, but also we work alongside with them to promote cross-border angel investing, to exchange best practices and to provide market feedback for our policy making. We do have members of the Business Angels Europe Club more or less across all European countries, but again, if there is anyone interested or members of a club that would like to join us, feel free to reach out. We do have a number of projects or programs that we carry out, such as the ESIL, the European platform for empowering early stage investors, in which we do capacity building in over 30 countries. And we have a new program launching soon. So again, anybody interested, we would like to be in touch with you. We have the WeGate program opening doors to women entrepreneurs and women investors, as we do lack women investors, and we have ample research showing that the more women approach angel investing, the more women will be women entrepreneurs will be invested by angel investors. Just for those of you that might not be so much aware of what is angel investing, typically angel investors are people that do have some money, so they are high net worth individuals making direct investment of their own money. Also, and I should have stressed this more here, do have some time and like to have some time to be spent alongside with the companies they're investing in. So the essential characteristic of the angel investors are two: being an experienced businessman or entrepreneur and having some time to dedicate to the companies, and also having some money to be invested in companies. They would normally invest in highly innovative and emerging sector type of companies within 1 hour of the driving, if you like, of the residence of the investor, although this is changing quickly and we see more and more angel investors also investing cross-border, at least a part of portfolio, and with the valuation of companies that can be between 100,000 and 1 million euro at the first time of investment. And as I was saying, the characteristic is that we invest in companies' equities or convertible loans, but with the prospect of significant financial return at an exit that should happen between 3 to 10 years. And we take active involvement in the business we invest in. Business angels are very instrumental to innovation. There are statistics that the majority of innovative companies invested by venture capital in general are invested by angel investors, especially at the very first step. And we know that most business angels play a very important role in funding innovative enterprises, as this recent study we conducted on business angel funding shows. And they also take substantial shares and have a role in the marketing, organizational, business model innovation. When we look at the sector of sustainable and circular early stage firms, we understand that this is a very early, if you like, phase of the market as far as angel investors are concerned. Why? Because there is still a lot of confusion with the social impact investing and with investing in what we call the people, planet, profit triple type of investments, which has been for a long time a target of some angel investors. There is a little bit too much of a conventional understanding of words like green or sustainable or even circular that are today coming out of date. And of course, there is a problem which is not only for circular early stage firms, but a bit more in general of traceability of angel investing, as a lot of this it's invisible market, if you like. But what we can see today is that the trade-off between the scalability and high returns on one end and environmental and social impact on the other, it's vanishing. It was somehow a mantra that if you were investing in businesses that were environmentally conscious or dedicated to social impact, probably the scalability and the high returns were not there. But both the regulatory shift and if you like, the social, economic, and I would even say new generations of young people type of peer pressure that is exercised is making this kind of businesses highly scalable and with potential high return. So we do believe that there is a way of circular innovation just appearing now, but this will be increasing a lot in the future. There are some front runners like the Greek Angel Syndicate or Go Beyond, or I could even mention, and sorry for mentioning the company I started, Meta, but there are a number of players that are looking into this circular economy, not just as a nice thing to have, but something that is a need to have. And so we will see, I believe, more and more angel investors coming to the scene. And of course, opportunities like the Circular Business Academies and this seminar are important, to diffuse the culture. And we hope we will be able to hold these kind of seminars also within angel investing community in the nearest future. I would like to thank you very much with this for your attention. And of course, I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much, Luigi. Questions, please. Christoph, do you have a hard one? Do you have a hard question?
I think Karin is raising her finger.
Karin, sorry, Karin. Okay.
Me again.
Okay.
Hi, Luigi. So
you can
a pleasure to see
because
you.
otherwise there would be a hard question from Christoph. So please.
Yeah, I'm putting a soft question on you.
Okay.
Soft question. How do you have any experience that you want to share? How do SMEs respond to business angels? Do you have many SMEs asking for investment?
We do have a growing number of companies. When you say this question is SMEs versus startups or SMEs intended as in general companies?
Versus startups.
Okay. Yes. I mean, especially I have to say that in quite a number of clubs, it is now quite obvious that angels like to build their portfolio, having a nice share of SMEs. Why? Because of course, SMEs are more mature companies. They might not guarantee the same level of multiples of 20, 30, 50 times. Maybe they guarantee a multiple of 2, 3, 5 times, but they are more solid. And in terms of both risk diversification, but also in terms of timing, when you build a portfolio of 10 or 20 companies, you can have a much more, if you like, balanced portfolio. There is also a matter of, if you like, age groups, you have to think that although there are young angel investors, with BAE, we represent through our networks about 50,000 angel investors. And I have to say that still, if you look at the average, it would be a male between 55 and 60 years old. So of course, these more experienced people, they like to invest in things that they can touch a little bit more, which are not startups. So definitely there is a trend. From the point of view of SMEs, I think it is growing for the reason that today large clubs and large syndicates among clubs can actually reach a level of investments that were not seen up until a few years ago. It's not uncommon to see an angel club or a syndicate of angel clubs reaching out to 1 or even 2 million euro of investments on their own. So it's not any more the fact that the main target or the only target is very early stage startups. So I think there is a good match and a good fit. Certainly in our club in Italian Angels for Growth, I can see this is happening, but I believe it's very much the same in a very large number of clubs across Europe. A good blending between startups and SMEs.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Question from my side.
Oh, Christoph, please.
It's a quick question, may have a quick answer. So of all those entrepreneurs or startups that the business angels are investing into, I mean, as you said, right on, I mean, it's like they invest in the equity or in convertible loans, meaning they're already expecting some of them to fail. Do you know how high the success versus fail rate is of those ventures that they invest into?
Yes, more or less, I think. I mean, I will not mention, there are many studies and many sources and many possibilities to look into this. The most comprehensive ones that I know are more or less converging on the fact that more than 50% of angels lose money, which is not a good news. Those that earn money, 25% earn a little bit of money, maybe twice what they invested. And then there is a top quartile that will end up earning probably 10 times or even more the money they invested. And everything seems to indicate that this is down to a good level of initial due diligence, a good level of the network that you have inside your club or your own personal network in terms of the quality of the deals that are coming to you. So probably there is nothing new, there is nothing special into what I'm saying, but I would say that angels do expect that this is a risky activity. That's why as BAE, we always advocate to any high net worth individual more than 5 to 10% of their total assets into angel investing, because it is a risky business. But we do understand that if done correctly, it can be not only lucrative, but also quite stimulating. And we do understand that probably 50% of the companies will fail, 25% of the company or even more will only return the money invested, and it's only maybe 15% of the top companies that will really give good returns. So the trick is how to be part of this top 15%. But it's a good question, Christoph, if I may say, because without education, a lot of angels are extremely disappointed and back off angel investing after the first 3 or 4 investments because they didn't do the right training, they didn't join the right clubs, they did a little bit by do it yourself, and it is a very dangerous thing to do it yourself, I would say. So I would encourage everybody, unless you've been a successful entrepreneur and you've been through this by yourself, I would encourage everybody else to join a club, to start investing together, to learn the technicalities and the basic knowledge, how to build a portfolio, and then probably if you want and if you wish to venture out on your own.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
Very well. I think, Luigi, you have laid ground very solidly for what is yet to come in this conference. Are there any other questions? Of course, I hope, Luigi, you are staying with us for some more interaction.
I will say till 5, yes.
And we are having 4 excellent cases now in front of us that are very closely connected to growth, innovation, and also early stage investing in some way. By saying this, I would like to introduce our next speaker. Greta Monstavice is the CEO of Catalista Ventures. Catalista Ventures is actually a sustainable business models accelerator. It is a accelerator and also an investor, right, Greta? It is seated in Vilnius, in the capital of Lithuania. Greta will speak about her experience of scaling sustainable startups. Please, the word is yours.
Thank you so much, Yuri, for a nice intro, and thank you everyone among the audience and the speakers for all the interesting discussions. It's been really exciting to listen to, and I think Luigi has made an amazing intro to business angels and innovation and startups, and I think I'm very happy to continue on that note. So I hope you're seeing my screen at the moment. Okay, yes. I see some people nodding. Great, thank you. So as Yuri said, I'll be speaking about the sustainability transformations in Lithuania, but rather from a more startup-y side, from a more startup accelerator side. To begin with, I guess it's important to just do a quick shout out. I will not go into all the amazing organizations that led me to being here today, but one of the amazing organizations is University of Ljubljana, where I spent 3 weeks in a summer school years ago doing some studies on cultural social responsibility, and that's why I'm amazingly happy to be here today with you all and to share my experience from Lithuania to you.
Thank you.
So having in mind Catalista Ventures, we are the first hybrid startup accelerator and private equity fund focused on triple top line startups in the Baltics. Going more into the triple top line, I will discuss that a bit later in a second. But in general, it is about the positive impact on sustainability among the startup thinking. So we started more than 3 years ago as an accelerator and fund, especially focusing on the early stage startups. Then we started doing some innovation advisory, where our main focus was actually about matchmaking big organizations, corporates and NGOs and investors, other investors with startups that would solve their problems. And finally, we went into the sustainability advisory, which basically stemmed from the fact that in everything that we've been doing, we are thinking about triple top line, about sustainability, and how to incorporate into the core of an organization, no matter whether that's a startup or a big corporate. So today, as Yuri said, I will be talking a little bit about the Lithuanian sustainability journey. I'll be talking a bit about how we as Catalista Ventures are approaching sustainability and how we're striving to advance it in Lithuania, and we'll share some good practices on that. So going to what I promised to you just a minute before, it's the triple top line thinking. So this is really the core of our philosophy as a sustainable accelerator and fund, and basically an organization for sustainable entrepreneurs. When thinking about the triple top line, I think most of you probably have heard about the triple bottom line. So this is really about the reducing the negative impact that we as businesses organizations are creating. However, our approach is that it's really important to start creating the positive impact rather than just reducing the negative, because we are already in the space where it's really not enough to do the simply bare minimum of going to the net zero. So this is really our thinking towards all of the activities that we do. At the same time, we really acknowledge that in order to get to the positive impact stage, you do have to reduce the negative first. So this transition is something that we feel is very natural, and that's fine. It's just about the vision and what's your roadmap towards getting to that positive impact stage. So I'll take this triple top line perspective into introducing the Lithuanian story of sustainability and kind of showing off the triple top line thinking throughout that example. So when we started with Catalysta Ventures, it was 2017. And when we were thinking about sustainability, it was really at a very kind of low level, barely reducing the negative impact mindset. Sustainability mindset is not present at all at that time. EU regulation was a driving force and only kind of related to compliance rather than anything beyond that. There were very few players in sustainability, mostly I would say among some pioneer social entrepreneurs and some NGOs. And this was really about CSR and not sustainability. And we've heard today as well this few thoughts about corporate social responsibility being misused for sustainability, and that's exactly what was happening at that time. During that time, what we did, we wanted to see how many startups exactly in Lithuania are actually working with the Sustainable Development Goals among the startups that were in total in Lithuania. So out of more than 500 startups at that time, we've kind of analyzed them all and saw that there were 32 startups that were addressing SDGs in one way or another. What was interesting was that actually none of those startups were actively referencing SDGs. So basically what was happening is that they were creating this positive impact in certain areas, but they were not kind of actually understanding what they're creating, and they were not understanding the impact. They were not able to communicate it, and so on. So this was really a good reflection of the Lithuanian ecosystem at that time. Good people doing good things, but not really understanding what it's all about. When we're going to the 2020, this amazing, extremely amazing year that we've just had, we're kind of starting to see signs of kind of both negative and both positive happening at the same time. So there's still lots of organizations that are kind of at the triple bottom line thinking, but at the same time we see some that are kind of going on a forward thinking approach. So kind of sustainability thinking starts to be visible in the market. We see more events, we see more interest, conferences such as this one, we see more of that. We see that EU regulation is still a big motivator, but that's everything, every little thing counts. So that's still a very good approach to start. What we also saw this year is that we had emerging industry leaders in sustainability. So quite individual, but for example, the banking sector or the energy sector were kind of internalizing the topic of sustainability more and more. And we're kind of trying to lead on that and get that first comer in the market on the sustainability note approach. But still, sustainability often lies in the marketing department. So this is, I guess, most of the people in here probably have faced this. Whenever sustainability lies within the marketing department, the motivations are a bit in question, and this can be a kind of a difficult story, but I guess this is again, some sort of switch between the triple bottom line, triple top line thinking, where we are trying to understand where you're in the context and how do you significantly communicate the impact, but also live it actually in your core of activities. And finally, pandemic, which is kind of a very kind of clear line of thought throughout the whole year, and that was actually a catalyzer for change in Lithuania, because what we saw is that all of these sci-fi pandemics, crises, and natural disasters, they're actually a reality, and sustainability is also seen as this basically risk mitigation tool as well. So sustainability was also gaining some momentum in terms of the pandemic reality, which was an interesting line of events. So what we've done in 2020 is we actually surveyed the Lithuanian ecosystem, and we've uncovered the kind of sustainability ecosystem map. So on the left, you're seeing the kind of SDGs in terms of different organizations that are working with like different SDGs, and we see SDG number 17 on partnerships kind of being the biggest bubble on that visual, but also the SDG number 9 on innovation, and 8 and 16 and others are quite present as well, which hasn't been the case in the previous years. So out of the 68 organizations in 8 sectors, we really saw that these organizations interpret sustainability very kind of individually in their own terms. They all have like different terminology on sustainability. And I think the recent speakers, and Luigi, I think, was talking also about the triple P approach, people, planet, and profit. So what we also saw that instead of kind of having all 3 present in your business, you would usually, or in your organization, you would usually have, you know, people and planet, or profit and planet, or planet and social, but not profit. So like there's always a lack of this balance among the 3P approach. And I guess CSR and sustainability are finally being slowly separated, and there's some sort of distinction in the actual sustainability, which is strategic, and CSR, which is often related to the marketing departments and all that. So finally, we're coming to the 2021, and the triple top line is becoming kind of a more prominent and more present reality in Lithuania. Obviously, there are still quite a few organizations and companies that are battling with the reduction of impact, and I think that's very natural, and we'll see that for many years to come still, unfortunately, but there's also much more movement on proactive action on sustainability. So sustainability is actually slowly becoming a standard. We see that EU regulation is still playing an important role. We start seeing cross-sector partnerships in Lithuania. That's not really been done before in the previous years. And with the new government this year, after the elections, we also see a lot of governmental support for the green transition and sustainability transformation in Lithuania, which is very kind of exciting and rewarding for the businesses who actually want to be there. So this is just a quick review of some of the topics that the Lithuanian National Green Deal goals are. And we do have circular economy in there as well, which is very exciting in terms of this conference as well, as I'm not exactly speaking about the circular economy, but that's definitely something that's important for Lithuanian agenda as well. And what some of the I would say projects that are happening and that are cross-sector, which is strengthening the whole ecosystem, is something like the Rocket Impact Accelerator, which we are also a part of. Rocket is a fintech hub. We are a sustainability startup accelerator. And this is also co-founded with Swedbank, which is one of the leading banks in the region. And what we're doing here is we are inviting startups that are working with sustainable B2B solutions to pilot with the leading businesses in Lithuania and in the Baltics to basically do a proof of concept and scale the impact that they have. And this is going to be the first such accelerator of its kind. So we're very excited to see how that goes and how that strengthens the Lithuanian startup ecosystem as well. another interesting example of this cross-sector partnerships, and I think this one is especially initiated by the Vilnius municipality in Lithuania, and that's quite exciting also to see that political will on this area is the Intelligent Energy Lab, and this is basically an open platform to connect various stakeholders to create different partnerships in order to basically support sustainable development of efficient energy projects in Vilnius and make Vilnius kind of even more innovative and more even energy efficient city in Lithuania. So when I'm thinking, you know, what's the takeaway, how did we get there? I think it's actually an interesting takeaway for myself is that I guess we've come here due to the fact that the business environment was really growing in Lithuania. We are currently 11th globally for ease of doing business in Lithuania. We have more than 350 startup visas for non-EU startups established since 2017. And that's been a big kind of shift from kind of the foreign countries into Lithuania and shift towards even more international innovation. I think an important part of Lithuania's commitment to sustainability at the moment was also initiated by the success case of fintech that we have. We're number 3 in Europe for kind of fintech companies, and this has actually been facilitated hugely by our government, by the Bank of Lithuania, by all the startup communities in fintech in Lithuania. And this was really a big effort to strive for leadership in one vertical. And we've proved that we can, if we want it, we can do it. And I think that success case is really an inspiration for other approaches that we want to take in Lithuanian agenda. And obviously this new government with new regulations and new motivation to create even more impact in terms of sustainability nationwide, I think that's been a very important part of the boosting sustainability agenda to the top as well. So finally, what we see is that finally sustainability is slowly becoming a standard. We still have lots to go, but we are moving towards the triple top line direction in our sustainability thinking. Funnily enough, sustainability was facilitated by the success stories of non-sustainability related ecosystems. So nurturing those are definitely an important part of the whole sustainability journey. Regulation is still very important. So I was very excited to see so much talk today and so much engagement from that point of view. We see that cross-sector partnerships are definitely playing a big role in strengthening the ecosystems. And finally, I would say that sustainability is always very much related to the innovation mindset. And we still, in Lithuania at least, we still see it and sell it as an opportunity for your unique selling proposition, your unique value proposition for your clients, because there's still room to be a newcomer, the innovative one with a sustainability angle. And I guess this is going to stop soon because sustainability will be a standard soon. But for now, this is still an important message and a strong one to kind of communicate to the stakeholders. So this is really it. Thank you so much. If anyone wants to chat afterwards, I'm also very happy to do that. And for now, I guess we can jump to the questions if you have any.
Thank you very much, Greta. Wonderful presentation. Congratulations to the presentation and even more so to the milestone achievements that you have highlighted in your speech. I'm sure we've got some questions, so please don't hesitate to raise hands. I am reading here from the chat quite a few. Karin says, the report you mentioned, Greta, looks very interesting. Would you like to share a link to access it? So please, if you can do so here in the chat or leave it with us, so we will share it among the participants.
Sure.
Kataria says, I'm enjoying the meaningful conversations. She says it's great, so many things are happening, but she doesn't have a specific question to Greta. Is there a main sustainability ranking system for the biggest companies in Lithuania, please? Says Lina Kerr. Is there some kind of a sustainability ranking?
Sure. So that's actually a really interesting question. Funnily enough, we do have a startup in our portfolio starting to work on that. We've been trying to find ways to evaluate different businesses without interrupting their line of work too much and without requesting too much data from them. So this is an ongoing initiative. And if anyone here has anything valuable to that topic, I would be really glad to catch up on that afterwards. Yeah. I would say that in Lithuania, we've been covered by Sustainable Brand Index. We are also partners of that organization in Sweden, and we support them in putting together the list of potential companies to be evaluated. So there is a list in certain industries that kind of ranks the customer perception of sustainability. But at the same time, it is not the sustainability itself, it's rather the perception of sustainability of those companies. So I'm glad to share that link as well.
Oh, thank you. Christoph has got a question, I think.
I was just curious to know. Now we've heard this from the point of view of Lithuania. This is also extend to the other two Baltic countries. So is this like an effort that only is kind of like limited to Lithuania?
And Christoph, do you mean the triple top line kind of approach, or in general the sustainability situation of the country?
The triple line approach.
Sure. So
also feel free to comment on the sustainability theme. I mean, just in general. I mean, let's put it this way. I'm saying, with Corona, we've seen that the three Baltic countries, although they're very similar, they've had very different policies, and they've closed all the borders from each other. And so you would think like, well, hang on. I mean, it's like you from far, from the distance, we view you as like kind of like a conglomerate of countries that do very similar policies. Why during Corona you do very different things? So is it with sustainability the same thing or is it different? That's basically what I'm alluding to.
That's an interesting fact.
Corona is a very interesting playground where you've seen how the European countries fail to cooperate in so many ways. So, yeah. So I would like to see it at least on that level, that it goes more through the EU Commission on a broader scale.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because during the kind of the first quarantine this spring, all the Baltic countries actually left the borders open, and I've been in Latvia, and that was my basically biggest vacation this year, and that's what we've done. But during the rest of the Corona time, yes, we've took a separate path. I think that's to some extent similar in sustainability as well, and the triple top line approach. There is different developments. I think Estonia is a bit more advanced. Latvia is kind of starting to get there. We are also kind of having our own narrative around sustainability. We are at the same time seeing very similar challenges in communicating sustainability, in putting together the narrative about sustainability that people would engage with and would understand. So lots of things are similar, but at the same time, the countries are still very different. So we cannot kind of follow the same line of thought in all the three countries. We do, however, try to ask Catalysta Ventures, and that's kind of really about our name. It's about catalyzing and connecting. So we do have partners in Estonia, we do have partners in Latvia, and we try to build this ecosystem that's kind of pan-Baltic, and we're kind of starting to get there, but maybe not yet. But I think with this sense of movement in sustainability direction, and with this becoming more and more of a standard, we're definitely going to have a pan-Baltic ecosystem of sustainability kind of change makers and startup founders. So for sure. And in terms of the triple top line approach, this is something that's very core to our organization. We are kind of trying to pioneer this concept. We're also preparing a report on that soon. So if you're interested, we can share that later through Yuri maybe.
Please do so, yeah.
So this concept is really more directed to the products and to creation of products usually in that context. And what we're doing is kind of transforming this concept into the services, into the startup context, and we're kind of rephrasing that in terms of startups. So this is a bit of a kind of our work that we're doing in this area of research and development among the startups, because we really believe in this line of thought for the triple top line of the startups.
Very well. It seems like you've been doing many things right in Lithuania. Let me ask how about your experience with banks. On one side, you mentioned one bank that is that's been supporting one acceleration program, and on the other hand, your relationship with the business angels.
Mm-hmm. So I guess really banks and business angels, I think with all of them, we do have quite a good connection and relationship. I think in terms of, especially as we are a sustainability-oriented fund and accelerator, sustainability was also one of the most prominent ideas by the banks in Lithuania for a period of time. And they were leading, reporting initiatives like CSR when that was the priority, and all of these different areas, banks were leading that shift and change and and did that leadership. And I think still to this day, banks are quite a bit of advanced when compared to other industries in terms of sustainability and the company culture about sustainability. So that's for sure. And I think, they were quite excited to join different programs, different kind of engage with startups to try to onboard, especially when Lithuania has become the success case for fintech startups. So banks in Lithuania and fintechs are very much collaborating and kind of going towards that agenda. With the business angels, we are such a small country, everyone knows everyone. So we are all kind of a phone call away from each other. And we're really fostering this approach of collaboration rather than competition. So whenever we're, someone saying, oh, but this is a different accelerator, maybe we're not going to talk to them. And we're like, no, we are providing the pipeline for so many other accelerators in Lithuania, and we're all very friendly. And that's the ecosystem that we want to be in, and that's the kind of energy we want to be in.
Very nice, very nice.
Yuri, if I may, just a very quick comment. I think that Lithuania is probably not as fast as Estonia in angel investing, but I think it's catching up very fast. And in general, I think the Baltics are doing very, very well in angel investing. It's a very entrepreneurial ecosystem. I think surprisingly so, but I'm never surprised by small countries. I think that they are the quickest and fastest to adapt to new trends. So I can see this is also growing very nicely in the Baltics.
Nice. Thank you, Luigi. I saw there was a blank spot in your map on Lithuania, so maybe we can fix that as well.
Yes.
Very well, very well. Thank you to both. And I would love to chat some more on this, but actually the question on the banks was to make a bridge to the next presentation. A very, very interesting thing is coming up. We've got two amazing cases now coming up, and one is Growfield. Namely, Growfield is a bridge between those who grow and who dare on one hand, and those who can support them, namely the financial intermediaries, the banking sector. Three extraordinary professionals are going to take the floor now, who have joined their competence and experience from the banking sector and other areas of expertise to be able to facilitate the transformation and investment into the startups and scale-ups. I would like to ask Anushka Driesen, Rob Christianse, and Ticho Zupancic to take the floor. All three partners at Growfield. Anushka responsible for investments, corporate finance, and IT, and Rob's specialization is business model innovation. Ticho's focus is sustainability and leadership. We are all ears, so please, gentlemen and lady, take the floor.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Yuri. Let's talk business. I would say I'm Ticho Zupancic from Growfield in the Netherlands. Since we believe in teamwork, my colleagues Anushka Driesen and Rob Christianse will join shortly in the next minutes. Thank you for this invitation, Yuri. It's great to be among the stars again. Many familiar faces from longer time ago or shorter time ago to discuss such a fantastic item. May I have the title page from you, Anushka?
Yes, of course.
If you talk, if we talk about sustainable, it's the story of sustainable investments. Maybe it's an old story. Maybe in the good old times when we were still living in the caves, everything was peaceful and sustainable. Everybody was investing. Everybody was investing his time. We are not talking about time yet. In that time, I was investing physical power and definitely commitment. Hopefully even love and compassion, so the world was quite sustainable. But later on, the ball game quite soon started changing. These three nice balls. I will not talk about the order. Which one is on the top? Which one is in the left? Society, environment, and economy. There was quite soon there was some kind of freestyle wrestling between them. They were which one will be at the front. Sometimes they were even trying to kick each other out of the field, even low kicks including. And quite soon we were talking about terrorists. In the last periods we were talking about environmental terrorists who wanted to conquer the world, pressing the society in the rules and economy away. And the socialists, yes, not the terrorists, the socialists were talking about, yes, only the wages and a lot of jobs. And so, and the business people still wanted to do their business. And as it was one or another, And may I have next slide, Anushka?
Yes, yes.
There were quite a environmental movement. They had all kinds of environmental economies. This is just a picture from Wikipedia, and it's not my own. It's maybe the beginning of circular economy. That's not taking more and more from Mother Earth on energy and raw materials, and giving more and more back as well, of course, on pollution and garbage, of course. Is not eating, but producing. But maybe there is more. There was a world movement. Next page, please. The Agenda 2030 made a difference. The nations of the world agreed in 2015 that we should balance those things. This economy can only be part of the society, and the society is in the environment, and that they are not eating each other up. They are stimulating each other. They are hand in hand. They are working for prosperity. So that's fine. So the policymakers, Anushka, next on there, the policymakers quite soon adapted to it. Yeah? All kinds of organizations. The European Union, of course, we are the global leaders. Of course, I fully agree with it. The Green Deal, and Violeta was talking about it, Andrea was talking about it. I will not repeat it. Some nice goals. So everything is fine. No person, no place left behind. as far as policymakers concerned. Next one, please. But we are talking business. What about the business? What should I invest in the short-term growth, stimulating the world economy as an investor, or should I, as a startup with great idea, should I beg for money? How can we find a way that investing in sustainable will be lucrative? Is there a way to win, to get all the three balls in balance again? Is there a way for such a world? Rob, maybe you can help me.
Okay, next slide, please, Anushka. When the talks, when we a few years ago, there were a few companies, and that's the perspective we are going to analyze this challenge, is from a business perspective. So there are lots of SMEs. They have lots of great ideas. They are in the market for 20, 25 years. And they foresee that their business models are changing. So there's no doubt about it. But there's also a pressing question about how to preserve my success in the near future, but also on the longer term. So this picture, this on the screen, is really that's the traditional picture about how a financial looks at an investment decision, or something which has to be financed, whether it is investment in new technologies, or it is investment in growth, where you need the net working capital to be successful. There we have this idea. Then we have the realization, and there between, that's where the present talks were also addressing. There is a need for so that there should be a change. Now, when we look at the economical side of it, the climate and natural resources are economically not free goods anymore. So the old, 10 years ago, we didn't value the negative side effects of our revenue models. So it is all about one measure. It's economically, and when we make a profit, then we are really we are using our resources in a how do you call it, in a smart way. But there comes in last 15 years, there comes in the story of sustainability. We have some very good presentation about it, but I would like, how do we model this type of decisions in terms of sustainability? So Anushka, please, the next slide. So if we look at the story of sustainability investments, we want to really that the climate and natural resources should be built in our investment and control models. It's not investment and then control. No, it is investing and control go simultaneously. So when we have a plan for tomorrow, we will monitor our progress. So on the left side, we have this thing of about integrated. When we look at current markets and we have current businesses, we have present business models and the revenue models, and how do we integrate them, and which leads us to the next phase. So there is not something like sustainable or something like the old economy. They come together in real life. So we really have, then we not only have, say the euro, but we have another value, and that's what I call the sustainability measure. So there is really, this measure is not only about money or sustainability. No, it's about two standards really. And these two standards should be balanced. So when we look at new business models, then there is from a business side, we still look at sales, we still look at our cash flows, but on the same moment, we look at our what we call our footprint. And this footprint needs to be better than yesterday. So it is not about good or bad. No, the value is created when we do better today and next day, and we learn from it. So there is really something I would like to stress, implement scenario thinking. There's not one scenario, no, you have to think about 4 scenarios and one will be feasible. So you have to learn about it. So with other words, preserve entrepreneurship. So monitoring, great. Risk management, great, but don't kill entrepreneurship. So that's really, I would like to stress. Focus on business development from the beginning. So it's not about costing and then thinking about markets. No, it is about markets, it's about value, and it's about where I'm going to invest in. So please take that all in. Address governance risks. Why? Because we are human. But in terms of leadership, commitment to ethical values. So of course, then we have many regulations, but this is really compliance. But compliance is not about wealth creation. So you need leaders, managers, whatever, who feel committed and show leadership from an entrepreneurial perspective. Then there are, in our view, there are 2 measures crucial, which have to be. That's really, so say, a dual standard. So think in risk-adjusted net present value, where it's like real option theories or whatever, with flexibility. So it's not about one. It is not one investment. No, it's a series of investments. So building flexibility in the financing structure. So to be resilient, really. And model demand and resources in terms of gains of metric tons. So metric tons is something which is recognizable. It's a common language, and the euro is also a common language. So please align them and take them with your models. And that's really I stress about the story of sustainability. So it's not only about ideas. No, it's about learning and continuous managing the uncertainties in our new businesses. So that's where I would like to, that's the point of this model here. Next slide, please, Anushka.
Yes. Okay. So thank you all for all your interesting topics. As my colleague Ticho say, since we are business people and we are also intermediary between banks, venture capitals, and entrepreneurs, I think the whole problem that we are missing at the moment, and that we are seeing, just like Ms. Stanislava told us also in the beginning of her presentation about the long-term goals that they want to achieve, just like a stakeholder, but we also have a shareholder aspect. That's why we divided the shareholder aspect and the stakeholder aspect. As we see the shareholder, what kind of investors do we have? We have short-term and we have long-term investors. So you see also the governance gap that we have here, and is that if we integrated just like the financial aspect, environmental, social, and governance into the leadership and the returns and the responsibility, it will resolve also the main governance problem that we have at the moment with the different stakeholders and the shareholders. I think also one of the things one of the speakers said also engage. I think the investors with that they are going to lobby. But I think in the end, we want to create value, and we will also want to see the social returns. So it is not an if situation, it is a plus situation to resolve it and to gain more value in the end. And it's also about cooperate with each other and collaborate with each other. That's why we are also benefit from an integrated governance. If you look at, if you want to succeed here in also to adapt the sustainability into the investment, we have three main components that are very, that will be beneficial for this success. And I also like to have the example of how the banks here in Holland are adapting the fintech. It's just like you have the running business model, and you have the how do you say it, the running business model, and you have the transformative business model. So expand your horizons, and just like you cannot have a standalone strategy, but the strategy and execution, because at the end, your people or the people in the organization must be aware of. And also, mainly it is, if there is no market creation, you don't have business development, and you also not have, can have the returns in place. That is the main component to be also successful, because, you know, envision your goal. What do you want to achieve in the end? I think for what we saw from, I think, the beginning, leadership is a key. Just like a soccer team, you need to have a shared responsibility, but also you need to have just like how do you say it? Just like sharpen the performance. We know that there are integrated business models with new opportunities, but there is also a new finance structure needed with integrated governance, with open risk profile. I think to integrate these aspects will create value. That's why we also introduce our continuous valuation concept to create value on long term, but also from the financeability aspect. That is the main point that we want to give back to the audience. And we say metric tons are the new currency, or the new gold in the mid future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anushka, as well as Rob and Tito. Very interesting. I mean, it's amazing to see the transformative function you've been performing, and of course there are two natural questions. How do companies accept that, and how do banks accept that?
How do companies accept this? I think.
What are the difficulties in dealing, or what are the issues that are most striking and sensitive, or on each end?
I think the difficult in dealings of these aspects are just like how do you say it, the classic models that are there. You also have the risk management combinations, and also the new way of thinking, just like now the business model from the human touch. It's very difficult to manage all these. And I think just like Rob told us in the model about the two main measures that needs to be in place at the moment. Rob, can you fill me in on this?
Yes. Now, what's really what is really the biggest challenge? That is there are entrepreneurs, and they have their own way of thinking, and they will accept sustainability if they can earn money with it. That's really simple as that. So that they have an economical perspective. But then they come to it, they know that their markets are changing. So how to come up with new revenue models that will give sustainable continuity for the business, but also gain market share or take another leap to other markets. So that's really a strategic issue, and that's a dialogue. So it's not being the smartest. No, where are the opportunities, and can we succeed? That's why my remarks about business development. It's you are not trained in the new economy. You have these old models by Porter, by whatever, but they do not address how to value sustainability outcomes, like socially. So it is a very classical problem. So like Slaven already said, how do I assess these risks? I do not know them. I am not accustomed to this line of reasoning. And how do I measure it and fill it up in my portfolio? Or are you able to pay back your loan? That's really, that boils down to it. And our experience is that financing people are about the process, about the money. And there is the entrepreneur who has to be successful. But there is something in between that you are not talking same language. And then comes again. Our strategic position is a new business model that comes with a service, but this service is also something customer want to buy from you. So we don't forget your inhabitants or your clients. And then you get this transformation, and then financial products need to be tailor-made for the phasing where you are, and that's really the point.
Yuri, may I?
Yes, I've seen you are having a question, please.
Thank you. So as you introduced this lecture, it was really very, very interesting for me, and thank you to all three of you. I have one question for Rob. Maybe it's a little bit more technical, but just would like to hear. He encouraged scenario thinking, and I would like to know maybe a little bit more about narrative part of this scenario. I can imagine that, as I saw your slides, that you introduced, how to say, climate and natural elements in your scenarios, and try to connect the business. Maybe a few hints about that, and what are the source of how to say, information connected with different natural and climate scenarios.
Yeah, where comes the data from? That's really, there is a great need of data, but there is lots of data. There are lots of open source data, and so sustainability is not new. But what is new, that you will find where are they connected. That's why we make a division about sales, and we have resources. And that's the first thing we do. And resources, you can categorize them in energy, transportation, infrastructure, whatever. So these are really the classical sustainability costing. That's where the pollution comes from, where the waste is. So how do you integrate in your sales model? That's one. And about scenario thinking, the classical, what's really the technique we are working on is really real option theory. That's it. That's it's just a financial instrument, and but you can add on big data or machine learning type techniques like open data, and so we combine. We make these profiles from markets, from that, and you can do a lot with data. Identifying trends, what are the global trends in it, but do we actually see them in Amsterdam? Do we actually see them in Leeuwarden? Do we actually see them in Düsseldorf? So we have a lot, and by combining this data, then we have this story. What's our story? Now comes the story. You tell a story, our client is, he wants that, and that's really the story you are having continuously. That's really the key point which I'm making. But the technique is, okay, there's technique, but how do you use these outcomes? And that's really the point here. The technique we know.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sure, Slaven, you agree. It sounds very interesting using the real option theory in this sense. And was this new to your banking clients?
Yes, now that's really, I was inspired by a good...
Do they like the real option?
Yeah. That's really, to be honest, I must, Henry Steenberg is also in the audience, I think so. And we came up together, he is from the Rabobank International, and we were thinking about it. And I am very fond about real options. So Henry said, hey, but we can do something incredible with it. So that's where the innovation started. So we talked. We discussed it, and what's our challenge? Because banking do have a problem with Basel IV. They have this risk management. They looked at the future with their backs to the future to 5 years ago. But there are no markets. You have to create markets, so you don't have a track record. How to build up a track record? So we need evidence why these scenarios are feasible and also attainable. And then we get the risk profile, and then we can have a smart financing decision. And that's really the key idea. So that's on that idea, we started to think about, okay, and how can we help businesses to really grow? So have from a governance perspective, and then okay, and then the rest is neatly in our presentation, really, Yuri. So
I think also the most important thing is know your customer. You know, if you don't know your customer, you don't have markets and we don't have returns. So and that's why. And one other thing is also that just like a beneficial program needs to be worked out for the investors to compensate them, or that they get teaser to be also more sustainable in investments.
Indeed.
So that's why we say CO2, the megatrons or the new currency or the new gold, we say.
And if I'm technically, there is a multi-objective, and everybody has to be happy. The financing we have socially, and that's the challenge. So you have more aligned metrics and a common language. Okay, the rest is all set.
Wonderful. Christoph has got a question related to the new financing structures, right?
Yeah, I just picked out this one word because Anushka was mentioning it in her presentation, and thank you for putting the slide up, which shows it. It kind of like just intruded my interest. What exactly you mean by newer financing structures? Is this kind of like a blend between a loan and a equity piece, or is it like a convert that you use? I mean, it's like, because I mean, obviously, it's like banks are not lending money to how do you say, sustainability entrepreneurs just like that, you know that. So they need somebody to make the bridge, which is you. But I mean, then if you're enticing them to do this, maybe because there is a certain risk, how do you say, risk sharing or something. I mean, it's just my question whether there's anything interesting behind that one bullet that you made.
I think, of course, there are newer financing structure, because we are now living in a more shared economy, and also if you look at the shared platforms, I think it is on the other side is also the risk profile. From the governance side. You have the compliancy that you need to be aware of, and you have also what kind of finance structure are we going to implement for just like a green sustainable technology, and how is it measured in the strategy of a bank or another investor company to measure, and how do we see it? I think the normal classical financing structure are not workable on long term. So that's why you also can divert your risk profile and have also some of aspects of collateral in place. I think Rob also can fill me in on the newest finance structure. because you also have microcredits here in Holland, you have the platforms.
Well, there is a growing trend that there are new financial products like blockchain type of implementations, but also crowdsourcing and whatever way. So there are what our point is really this new finance structure. They're more tailor-made, more fitted for in the phase where this company is in. So you don't, if you need 100,000 euros for investing in your organization, then it must be in place. So it must be upfront, knowable that you are going to invest in organizational development or new technologies or whatever. And this type of decisions, they need a tailor-made financing proposition, like in the lease, for example, leasing companies. That's a classical, is that insurers, whatever. But there's also the notion of collateral and about sharing, about ownership. Now, and these type of changes really change the profile so that funding asks are more easy or whatever. So it is also about requirements. So that there is a variety, but that will take another half an hour to
It's very interesting indeed. I have to say that the time management at this conference is
lousy.
Really lousy. So that's the reason why I have to interrupt this. But I also admit at the same time that I keep being carried away by my curiosity. This was a very interesting presentation. Thank you very much. And please stay with us, because we are now going to attend the last speaker, the finance director of a company that was, born and entrepreneurial, that has been a growing company and continues to grow, and is out of the, of all the conventional measurements of an SME. It has become a large company, so to say, involved in sustainable polymers production, a family-owned, but outgrown the, let's say, the SME size. The company is called SCASA, and the finance director of SCASA is Andrea Fortak. She's here with us, and let's see what kind of scenario we would foresee for SCASA based upon the presentation that we are going to attend. Andrea, please, thank you for your patience. Please, the word is yours.
Yeah, so thank you for inviting me as a speaker at this conference. So as Yuri already mentioned, I'm a finance director of Plastica SCASA. I actually joined the company 2 years ago in early 2018, also because I recognize sustainable oriented culture at the firm and how much effort is put into the sustainable development. So I'm really pleased to show you what we have achieved and implement and where we are going. Just quickly through the SCASA numbers, it was published in 1970, established in 1977. At that time, it has less than 6 employees and production facilities on 350 square meters. And after 43 years of operation and passion, it became a large company, so over 350 employees and production facilities on 15,400 square meters. And we are now doing around 40 million euros or annual revenue. So what we are doing, just in one sentence, we are a plastic manufacturing specialist working with industry partners in electronic and home industry. And we are also a creator of sustainable home and garden products for end customers. So now that you have heard what we are doing, you are probably thinking, what is plastic manufacturer doing at this conference, right? But let me tell you that sustainability is a driving force at our business and product development. So we recognize some of the biggest challenges that society and our planet are facing, and we devoted unique solutions to overcome those issues, but not just by recycling the package or not printing the documents, but also by investing in new initiatives that challenge the way how our products are made, how we operate, what material we use, and by, of course, redesigning the brand from its fundamentals. Based on the triple P approach, I will now show you some of our projects we did in the past few years and what we are still doing and where we are going. So as I think Greta already mentioned, that usually organizations do not cover all three P's at one time equally. That also happens in our organization because we are more focused to people and mostly to the planet area. So if I now, you can see that we did a lot of projects in all three areas. But if I move now to the people area, we are mostly proud on the all competence centers because we have a lot of goals, sustainable goals in the firm, but there are two important ones concerning the people area. One is the employee commitment and the other one is the employee competence level of knowledge. So these competence centers are actually a collaboration of several companies that have a similar need for expertise. So for example, the Code Stop is more focused to the factories of the future, so it's more technical knowledge. Code Scroll is focused on the circular economy, knowledge from the field of sustainable development, and of the field of the design management. So the next one is YIP ASI, which we are also really proud of because it includes building of soft skill of those employees over the 45 years of age. So first we had one at Plastica Scasa. Now we have one in Scasa IP, which is actually a disability company where the soft skills, proper body posture, so maintaining a good physical condition in the workplace is even more important. And all these projects are funded by the European Union and partly also by the Ministry of Labor, Family, Social Affairs Matters and Equal Opportunities in Slovenia. So this was just quickly the people area, but now the planet. This is the part that we have the most resources focused on. There's a lot of projects in progress, but let me just point out the few of them because otherwise I could really speak for an hour. So firstly, we are part of the project of development of technological process for the production of products from transparent polycarbonate with at least 50% share of secondary waste material. So this is really important. We see that as a big value to the industry and to the environment, since it's practically nowadays impossible to get nice transparent polycarbonate out of recycled material. So if you see a nice transparent plastic, it's probably from original origin plastic, original polycarbonate. It's not recycled. This project value is little less than 570,000 euros, and the co-financing part for Plastica Scasa was around 200,000 euros. And we are really happy to, looking forward to see the results of the project now in the common light soon. The next project is RCM Nature, where the main goal was development of recycled material with added natural fibers. The project actually lasts from 2019 to 2020 in 3 phases. The first one was basically with the development of the recycled material with inserted wood fibers. And then when you have the material like that, you also need to develop a technological process for production of that uses that material. So then in 2019, we managed to get some top prototypes and sampling of materials with different recipes. And resources were focused more on the product development, market analysis, developing connecting system, tool design, and so on. And all these phases also continue in the 2020. The total project value was around 500,000 euros. And the co-financing part was a little less than 300,000 euros, and the SCASA part was around 280,000 euros. I have to emphasize that the projects like that cannot be done only by one company, but we have a lot of different partners on the project, other firms or faculties, and so on. The next project I really need to mention, because we are really proud of, is EcoTrail project. The project actually covers the challenges of the whole company. Employees from several different departments across the company participated, and the main goal of EcoTrail project is to ensure transparent communication to the end customers and traceability. And we will achieve that through the latest ultra-wideband technology, which we are currently implementing. And with that, this is therefore a technological project with which we can achieve better results in the field of sustainability. It's important really to emphasize that without that, sustainable materials and sustainable development cannot be achieved without introducing new technologies. So this project is still ongoing. The total value of the project is 4 million euros, a little more than 4 million euros. Co-financing part is 1.6 million euros, and the SCASA share is around 416,000 euros. But we will actually invest into this project much more. Along with the EcoTrail project, we also developed Bokashi Smart Button, which will be part of our Bokashi 2.1 next generation kitchen composter. It's made of recycled material, by the way. And this Bokashi Smart Button has a different function, like measuring the level of the fermentation liquid in the composter, its concentration level, and etc. So the Smart Button will be connected to the mobile app, and based on the measured data, it will calculate how much the liquid should be diluted, that it is safe to use it for watering the plants, for example. And I'm also really proud to present you another new project that will revalue actually the product of the agriculture sector. It basically means that you want to use so-called vegetable and cereal seeds as a potential secondary raw material. Well, I just mentioned that covered some of the projects that require a lot of financial resources, knowledge, partners, other faculties, companies, other companies. But we also have some projects that are not necessarily co-financed and not require necessary new technology, but however, because we see the added value in the people, profit, and the environment, we are still doing it. So maybe if you can just imagine that 500 billion disposable cups is used per day, and that 91% of plastic waste is actually not recycled. And at SCASA, we want to be, and we are an example of care for the environment. So we have devoted our mission to the production of products that represent a sustainable alternative to conventional plastic. And so the idea of eco-care was born. It was actually brought up from the employees, and the idea is to replace disposable cups with personal reusable cups in all coffee machines, but not only in Plastic SCASA, but also in Slovenia. So the EcoCare cup was then born. It's an original product. It's actually made from the sugar cane. Cups are completely safe to use. The whole process of production has a minimal burden to the environment, and the cups are then intended for repeated use, and they can later be recycled, which additionally relives the environment at the end. Yeah? Hello? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear
you.
you.
You can. Okay, sorry.
Yes, sure.
Yeah, so in SCASA, we are devoting years to the waste issue, but now we turn our attention also to the oceans. The plastic waste is not the only.
Tu connais un coiffeur? Tu as ton coiffeur habituel?
Polluter at our oceans because it's frightening 614 tons of fishing nets are dumped into the sea every year, which poses actually a deadly threat to the entire ecosystem. So the latest generation of bokashi Organco 2 kitchen composter has been made from the recycled fishing nets. So it's interesting how the whole process works, because the fishing nets are first collected in the ports, and then the nets are taken to the special plants where they are ground into fine particles, and then their nets are cleaned up, depolymerized, and additives are added just to refresh the materials, and that's how we then get the raw material for our bokashi Organco Ocean 2. So yeah, it's really time to make the change to use plastic that's already in the planet and achieve a circular economy. And so I'm really happy to see that we are all trying to achieve that based on today's presentation. And there are so many different co-financing opportunities that help companies to implement sustainable business model so easily. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea. Congratulations. I was wondering the whole time, what Anushka, Rob, and teacher would do now with you. How they would assess a real option behind every project that you have presented, and then teacher would look closer into the leadership, and I suppose that Anushka would structure a case and present it to the bank, and I think who knows? I'm sure it would fly, So I think it was kind of well connected, from the presentation that we have heard before, and it came as a proof of concept.
It was a tremendous presentation, Andrea. Thank you very much for that. Really appreciate it. And I think if we want to go in depth, we should make another appointment, perhaps. It's not on the large stadium.
It's about in the plastics, microplastics is really a big problem. So, but how to measure them? So I would, but I have lots of questions. So
next time, Rob.
Yes, I also have a lot of questions. The next time we are going to plan the meeting with Andrea.
Christoph says, has SCASA got a sustainability or a circularity score of some kind?
What I'm referring to here is basically, it's like, you remember the test, Yuri, that you and Slaven put together, I think last year or 2 years ago, and you were pretty much assigning, was it something that was also supported by Sigbanka? I don't know, I don't remember.
I don't know whether SCASA has ever been assessed by Sigbanka, which uses an extended version of this score, but we have not made an assessment yet.
Okay, no, but you should. But it means that to the information I just gathered here in this presentation, it would be 100 out of 100. Because everything seems to be circular. It's like,
of course, we are trying our best.
It will be interesting to know. We would also like to know how we are compared to the other companies. But of course, we have our own KPIs that we try to follow. That we set to ourselves, just the sustainable goals and KPIs, so that we can, because this is really new to all the corporations. So yeah, I would really like to see if that kind of score would be where we are. Yep.
Very well.
Yuri,
yes.
may I comment, since I'm a little bit.
Please. Slaven, I understand that you are about to leave, right? You're short in time, please.
I do apologize. Really, it seems that 15 minutes buffer is not enough, since the old presentation obviously were enough interesting and there are too much questions. So Yuri, take care next time about time management.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's my constant.
Okay. I would like to, I have two red lines from my point of view from all this interesting presentation. Well, the first one, I will start with what Karin says, and she said, we know what we have to do, but the question is, are we prepared, or do we have enough knowledge? And maybe she was a little bit inspired, but what I said, that I feel that really we really need intensive, how to say, education in all these fields: sustainability, green, circular, in order, I mean, speaking in the name of bankers and people working in banks, in order to, how to say, fulfill our role in all this transition from let's say linear to circular part. And the next red line, what, when answering to my question, Rob says something like, if we do not have history, let's create it. It was connected with defining scenarios and the lack of, how to say, data, because usually we rely on past data to, how to say, obtain some answer and apply it to the future decisions. So if you don't have enough history, let's create it. And if I'm even more courage, let's make this history and actually he used the word market. Let's make the market. But if I translate to my case, let's I believe that we really do not have enough data connected with how to say, circularity, green, everything, in order to produce, how to say, irregular, let's say, as business as we used to do today, and connected with risk management. So this is, how to say, important message to me, and I will think about that in the future. So once more, Yuri, thank you for inviting me for this really interesting conference. Thank you to all speakers and people who participate, and hope to see all of you soon. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you, Slaven. It was a very valuable contribution. Thank you for your questions and for being such a wonderful, active listener. And of course, for all your spontaneous inputs that kept the conversation going. So I agree, we have to improve on the time management. I never know how to do it, because I'm every time I'm defeated by my curiosity. And you help me in that. So
thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Is there another burning question? Because I'm about to ask Andrea if she has a short comment, and then pass on Christian for his final conclusions. After Andrea, I would like to invite Christoph to have the conclusions.
No, actually, I don't have any comments.
Okay. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you again. And Christoph, you are. It's up to you to draw things to
the session. Yes, absolutely. Happy to do that. Yeah. So I think we had 8 very interesting presentations this afternoon, and just to, if I'm glancing over the program that we have here. So in the first 2 presentations we had were very much from political people. Yeah. So we had Violetta talking about the eco-civilization, and basically what are the chances of actually achieving a circular society within a reasonable time frame, and what has to happen within the civilization to become more economically or more to create a sustainable or circular economy. So I mean, that was very interesting. Also, I found it was interesting to see the display of what is the EU Green Deal and what is basically, yeah, what is on the line, what is going to happen over the next, well, 29 years for this 2050 goal to be achievable. One question that came to my mind, but unfortunately Violetta is not there anymore, but I can give it to anybody and we can discuss it. How sustainable is the concept of democracy versus autocracy? Which one is going to be more, how do you say, successful in achieving the eco-civilization, or to get into to achieve the goal of circular economy? You know, we come from the Western society more, where we think democracy is the one that is going to succeed, but we see how brittle this democracy can be just on the example of the US right now. And we see that even democracies like Brazil are not able to cope with the fact that they are basically taking away all the wood forests. So from that point of view, it might actually be that the Chinese civilization are going to be much quicker in achieving these goals once they actually make the move. But that's another question. I'll put this at the back if somebody wants to discuss this. I would like to see your thoughts on this one. But then just to wrap up the line of the talks, there were 4 interesting talks that we had basically on this, was it 4? No, 3 interesting talks on no, 4, actually 4 talks on the, yeah, how do you finance basically these circularity businesses? The first one was Stanislava, who was giving the view from the banks, or from the banking, how do you call it, the Bank Association of Slovenia. And I thought it was a very interesting comment that she made right at the beginning. She said, so the Slovene banks are ready. They're ready, they have the monies there. They want to get engaged. It's a completely different narrative than what I would have heard about 10 years ago when we were just coming out of the Lehman crisis and the banks were not ready. I mean, we were hoping that the banking system is not going to collapse. Now we're actually at the point. So now, how do you actually get the money from the banks to the startups, to the investors? And that's the other interesting thing. And that's what we saw with these talks, especially on the business angels, and also the Lithuanian experience, the triple top line. You see that the ideas that are generated for circular economy or for sustainability, they don't necessarily come out of the big companies. They come from entrepreneurs. They need to come from people, from small people, you know, single entrepreneurs or small and medium enterprises, SMEs, that come up with the new ideas. And we see the same thing in the fintech or in the computers industry. The ones that an Apple and a Google are most worried about is not the other big Google or Apple that is going to appear. It's those small companies that are grown in a garage or in the basement, yeah, and where people have a good spontaneous idea. But then you have the problem, how do you get the money to these people? Because banks, as we know them, they don't lend money to the startups. They don't lend money to people with good business ideas because there's risk involved. Yeah, banks typically lend money to people that have money or that have an already working business model. But once you have a working business model, you don't need the banks anymore. So how do we get this? And there I thought we had a good talks, especially on the business angels, for examples. Yes, and that's why I asked the question where I said, like, well, how many? I mean, you must be already ready to lose money if you go into this venture capital. What's the success rate? Somebody needs to.
Yeah, Sebastian normally does this, and yes, thank you, Sebastian.
Okay, as long as he doesn't put on music. So it was interesting to see how you also, when we saw the presentation by Growthfield, I mean, the bridge needs to be made from the banks to the small companies. And you need to have different types of contracts. These contracts may have a government guarantee in there, or some big, I mean, like some risk taker in the back. Or it needs to be addressed in a way that there is some collateralization, or that there is some ownership that the banks actually take. So as you say, I mean, it's like it needs to be tailor-made for the particular situation. Yeah. So from that point of view, I thought the biggest emphasis of this conference today was really on how do we actually channel the money to those people that have actually the ideas. And then we had a very interesting presentation also at the end where we saw an ad hoc example how a circular business is actually working. And it's a very, how to say, manufacturing business. It's really down to, okay, it wasn't this example plastics. We could have had other examples like we had in the presentation from Karen Huberheim, who was very strongly focusing on waste management in Austria. So I think these were two very interesting talks just on the ad hoc. How does it actually work when the circular business model is actually functioning? So thank you very much from this point of view. And as I said, the last question is which I wanted to know. It's like, what is your take on who do you think is going to succeed? Is democracy the right form of government in order to succeed in getting circular economy and sustainability actually to become a success, or is it actually going to fail in that respect?
Well, Christoph, I think you have just started a new conference.
Okay, fine. I'll leave it up next time.
But
yeah.
I mean,
it's unfortunate Violetta is not there, you know.
Yeah, no, but I mean, but I think, you know, to try. I don't know the answer, but I can say that we've been organizing a series of talks with Violetta, where we broaden our minds by asking such questions, knowing that we will most probably not be able to you know, get to all the answers, but we try to clarify quite many things in debating attentively such important issues. So I would like to invite you, you and everybody else to join in, and I'm sure that Violetta will be happy to host also a talk on this very question. I only know, about this democracy and autocracy. I only know that, a fight for freedom is a constant struggle, and you can never be free if you're alone, So then all the rest is a question of many choices and dilemmas and trade-offs. So I'm sure that this could be a very nice conference. But to this conference, I would like to thank you, Christoph, for the thorough conclusions and for your wrap-up, and to all the presenters who have been here with us. This has by far exceeded my personal expectations, and I hope you all have enjoyed this afternoon together. This has been our first one in a series of meetings under the broad title Financing for the New Growth, title that we will use to invite you back several times. We would like to shed more light onto some specific issues through this year, like how to engage more with angel investing, how to perhaps go deeper into this data question and circularity assessments and so on. So there are many aspects that we could continue debating, and I'm sure that there's enough inspiration after this quite a busy afternoon, and I hope this was a good kickoff of the year for every one of us. Thank you again for your contributions. Let me say that all the materials will be available from our website. Thank you all for your presentations. Everyone will be able to download them. And as you have seen, this meeting has been recorded, and so the recording will also be available. Let me thank once more in conclusion to the Public Fund of the Republic of Slovenia that grants events like this and provides scholarships and supports disabled people and supports young people who are talented and who can study in many places around the world, and they are very open-minded, and we are like working with them. So thank you very much to the Public Fund. And again, stay in touch. I hope I will see you soon, and I wish you a prosperous year ahead of us.